Welcome, weary wanderer of the wasteland, to the darkest corners of mutation and madness that haunt the post-apocalyptic world. Tonight, we venture into territories where humanity's form becomes fluid, where the line between salvation and damnation blurs like smoke over irradiated ruins. These are tales of transformation, both terrible and profound. Stories of what we become when survival demands we abandon what we once were. So settle deep into comfort, let your breathing slow and steady, and allow these chronicles of change to wash over you like gentle radiation, transforming worry into peace. There is no need to remember every detail. Simply let the rhythm of evolution carry you toward rest, knowing that in sleep, we remain beautifully, perfectly unchanged. Close your eyes when ready, and let us begin with those who descended into darkness beneath the burning steel of Pittsburgh, where industrial might become a crucible for humanity's most tragic metamorphosis. The city that would become known as the Pit had always been a place where transformation occurred through fire and molten metal, where ore became steel and steel became the backbone of a nation. But after October 23rd, 2077, Pittsburgh's foundries would forge something far more terrible than any weapon or tool. They would become the crucible for humanity's most horrifying devolution, a process so gradual and inevitable that its victims often welcomed each step toward their own destruction. The missiles that struck Pittsburgh during the Great War were not randomly targeted, but specifically chosen for maximum industrial disruption. The city's massive steel production facilities, its networks of coal-fired power plants, and its sprawling chemical refineries made it a strategic priority for atomic destruction. But the bombs that fell on Pittsburgh were not content with simple obliteration. They created something far more insidious, a transformation that would continue long after the mushroom clouds had dispersed and the immediate fires had burned themselves out. The radiation that accompanied these nuclear impacts mixed with Pittsburgh's existing industrial pollution in ways that no pre-war scientist had anticipated or could have predicted. Decades of steel production had filled the air with particulates of iron, carbon, and countless chemical compounds. Rivers ran thick with industrial runoff that had accumulated heavy metals and toxic substances in concentrations that were already approaching lethal levels. When atomic fire touched this toxic soup, it created something entirely new, a form of environmental contamination that seemed almost alive in its malevolence. The irradiated smog that now perpetually shrouded the pit was not simply radioactive air, but a complex mixture of mutated chemical compounds that seemed to seek out living tissue with predatory hunger. It hung in the lower atmosphere like a malevolent fog, thick enough to taste, heavy enough to feel against the skin, persistent enough to penetrate any shelter that was not hermetically sealed. Those who breathed this corrupted air were not simply exposed to radiation, but infected with something that began working on their bodies and minds from the moment it entered their lungs. The first settlers who arrived in post-war Pittsburgh came seeking the same opportunities that had drawn workers to the city for generations. Steady employment in the steel mills that somehow continued operating despite the nuclear devastation that surrounded them. These mills, powered by automated systems that had survived the electromagnetic pulses and manned by desperate survivors willing to work in any conditions, offered the promise of stability in a world where such promises had become as rare as clean water or uncontaminated food. But the workers who took employment in the pit's foundries quickly discovered that their jobs came with costs that no pre-war labor contract had ever contemplated. The radiation levels within the operating steel mills were so high that extended exposure would have killed a healthy human being within weeks. The air itself was thick with radioactive particles that settled in the lungs and began their work of cellular destruction immediately upon inhalation. Most terrifying of all, the longer someone remained in the pit, the more their body began to adapt to these impossible conditions in ways that preserved biological function while destroying everything that made them recognizably human. The process that would become known as trog degeneration contagion began so subtly that its early victims often dismissed the initial symptoms as normal responses to industrial work or the stress of post-war survival. A few minor skin lesions appeared first, usually on exposed areas like the hands and face. Small sores that seemed to heal slowly and left behind patches of skin that felt somehow different, thicker, less sensitive, slightly discolored in ways that were noticeable only upon close examination. These lesions multiplied over the first few weeks of exposure, spreading from the extremities toward the core of the body in patterns that seemed to follow the circulatory and lymphatic systems. Workers would wake each morning to discover new sores on their arms, their necks, their torsos, each one marking another step in a transformation that they did not yet understand was irreversible. The lesions themselves were not particularly painful, but they created a constant awareness of change occurring within the body, a feeling that something fundamental was being altered at the cellular level. The psychological changes began even before the physical ones became obvious to outside observers. Workers found themselves becoming irritable for no apparent reason, snapping at colleagues over minor disagreements, losing their tempers in response to frustrations that would once have been easily tolerated. Sleep became fitful and filled with violent dreams that left them exhausted upon waking. Concentration became difficult, with complex tasks that had once been routine now requiring enormous effort to complete successfully. But it was the growing aversion to human company that marked the most troubling aspect of early TDC progression. Victims found themselves preferring solitude to social interaction, avoiding conversations that had once brought them pleasure, retreating from family members and friends who represented connections to their former lives. This isolation was not chosen consciously but seemed to occur naturally, as if human contact had become somehow uncomfortable or threatening to their changing bodies and minds. The workers who progressed to this stage of TDC faced a cruel choice between acknowledging their condition and seeking help they knew did not exist, or continuing to pretend that nothing was wrong while their symptoms grew more severe and obvious with each passing day. Most chose denial, convincing themselves that their changes were temporary adaptations to harsh working conditions rather than permanent alterations to their fundamental nature. This denial was facilitated by the fact that everyone in the pit was changing together, making it difficult to establish what normal human behavior should look like in their transformed environment. Those unfortunate souls who represented the unlucky minority, perhaps 20% of TDC sufferers, experienced a progression of symptoms that went far beyond irritability and skin lesions into territory that challenged every assumption about the boundaries between human and animal. Consciousness. The neurological damage that characterized advanced TDC was not a simple loss of intelligence, but a systematic restructuring of brain function that preserved certain capabilities while completely eliminating others. Language was among the first higher functions to disappear, beginning with the loss of complex vocabulary and grammatical structures before progressing to the point where victims could no longer form coherent sentences or understand speech directed toward them. But this was not a uniform degradation. Many advanced TDC sufferers retained the ability to recognize familiar voices and respond to emotional tones, even after they had lost all comprehension of actual words. They could still express basic emotions through vocalizations and gestures, though these communications became increasingly primitive and animal-like as the disease progressed. Motor skills deteriorated in ways that were both predictable and eerily adaptive to the victim's new lifestyle. Fine motor control disappeared, making it impossible to manipulate tools or perform delicate tasks that required precise hand-eye coordination. But gross motor functions not only survived but seemed to be enhanced, with advanced trogs displaying strength and endurance that exceeded normal human capabilities. Their gait became hunched and shambling as their spines curved and their limbs shortened, but they could move with surprising speed when motivated by hunger or territorial instincts. The physical transformation that accompanied neurological deterioration was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of advanced TDC because it occurred slowly enough for victims to remain aware of their changing appearance during the early stages of the process. Their skin continued to thicken and discolor, taking on a mottled grey-green appearance that resembled diseased leather more than human flesh. Hair fell out in patches, leaving behind scalp that was scarred and irregularly pigmented. Teeth became loose and eventually fell out, to be replaced by new growth that was sharper and more suited to tearing raw meat than chewing cooked food. But perhaps the most tragic aspect of the advanced trog transformation was the preservation of just enough human awareness to recognize what was being lost while being powerless to prevent it. Family members reported that their loved ones would sometimes have moments of clarity during the middle stages of TDC progression, brief periods when they seemed to understand what was happening to them and would attempt to communicate their fear and sadness before the fog of mental deterioration closed in again. The final stage of trog development was characterized not by death, but by a form of existence so removed from human experience that it challenged observers to recognize any remaining connection to the person who had once inhabited that increasingly monstrous form. Advanced trogs retained enough intelligence to satisfy basic survival needs, but lost all capacity for abstract thought, emotional complexity, or social interaction beyond the most primitive pack behaviors. Their daily existence became a simple cycle of sleeping, eating, breeding, and killing, with no apparent awareness of past or future, no recognition of individual identity, no retention of memories from their human lives. They hunted in packs when prey was available, scavenged alone when it was not, and fought viciously with their own kind over resources or territory, without any apparent recognition that their opponents had once been friends, family members, or fellow workers. The breeding behavior of advanced trogs was perhaps the most disturbing evidence of how completely the TDC process had stripped away human nature while preserving biological function. They mated indiscriminately and without any of the emotional attachment or pair bonding that characterized human sexuality, producing offspring who were born already partially transformed and who would never experience normal human consciousness. These trog children grew rapidly and reached reproductive maturity within a few years, creating the possibility that the Pitts population might eventually become entirely non-human if the contagion continued to spread unchecked. The discovery that TDC might not be irreversible came through the birth of a child named Marie, whose immunity to the contagion provided the first hope for a cure that anyone in the pit had experienced since the transformation process was first identified. Marie had been born to parents who were already showing early signs of TDC, but she displayed no symptoms despite growing up in the same contaminated environment that had affected every other human being in the city. Medical examination of Marie revealed that her blood contained antibodies that seemed to provide protection against the specific combination of radiation and chemical contamination that caused TDC. More importantly, preliminary tests suggested that these antibodies might be transferable to other individuals, potentially providing the foundation for a treatment that could reverse the transformation process even in moderately advanced cases. But the development of such a treatment would require years of research and experimentation that might be impossible to conduct in the pit's dangerous and resource-poor environment. Marie herself was just a child whose long-term health could not be guaranteed, and there was no way to know whether her immunity would prove to be permanent or temporary. The possibility of cure remained tantalizingly close, yet practically unattainable for the thousands of pit residents who continued their slow descent toward complete dehumanization. The psychological impact of watching loved ones transform into trogs was perhaps as devastating as the physical transformation itself. Family members found themselves caring for individuals who retained familiar faces and voices but had lost all capacity for human emotion or recognition. Children watched their parents become increasingly violent and unpredictable, while parents watched their children's personalities disappear beneath layers of aggression and primitive instinct. The community structures that had held the pit together during its early post-war years gradually broke down as more residents succumbed to TDC and became incapable of maintaining the social relationships that civilization required. Trade became increasingly difficult as trog populations grew and made travel between settlements dangerous. Education became impossible as children either transformed before reaching maturity or were too busy surviving to spend time learning skills they might never have the opportunity to use. Yet even in this environment of gradual societal collapse, some residents of the pit maintained hope that their community's situation was not permanently hopeless. They pointed to Marie's immunity as evidence that human adaptation to their contaminated environment was possible without complete loss of humanity. They organized scientific efforts to understand the mechanisms of TDC and develop treatments that might slow or reverse its progression. Most importantly, they continued to treat even advanced trogs with a level of respect and compassion that acknowledged their former humanity, even when that humanity was no longer visible to outside observers. The tragedy of the pit was not simply that thousands of human beings had been transformed into creatures that could barely be recognized as having once been people, but that this transformation continued to occur in a world where the scientific knowledge and technological resources needed to prevent it theoretically existed. The cure for TDC might be as simple as replicating Marie's antibodies, or as complex as completely restructuring the pit's contaminated environment, but either solution would require coordinated effort from the broader wasteland community that seemed unlikely to be forthcoming. So the residents of the pit continued their daily struggle against an enemy that lived in their air, their water, and increasingly in their own transformed bodies. Some fought the change through sheer force of will, clinging to their human identity even as their bodies betrayed them. Others accepted their fate with resignation, hoping only that their transformation would be swift enough to spare them the agony of watching themselves disappear piece by piece. A few even embraced the change, arguing that trog existence offered a form of peace and simplicity that their complicated human lives had never provided. But for all of them, the knowledge remained that they were participants in an experiment that none of them had chosen, subjects in a transformation process that would continue long after any individual observer was capable of recording its progress. The pit had become a living laboratory for human devolution, a place where the boundaries between civilization and savagery were being rewritten by forces beyond anyone's control or complete understanding. As night fell over the burning foundries and irradiated rivers of what had once been Pittsburgh, the sounds that echoed through the darkened streets were no longer entirely human. Howls and grunts and primitive calls that spoke of needs and desires that human language could no longer express. The city that had once forged the tools of progress had become the crucible for humanity's retreat into something older, simpler, and infinitely more tragic than anything its former residents could have imagined. Yet even in this darkness, the faint possibility of redemption continued to flicker like the eternal flames of the steel mills themselves, sustained by the hope that Marie's immunity represented not an anomaly, but a preview of human adaptation that might eventually triumph over the forces that sought to reduce consciousness to its most primitive components. The transformation would continue, but it would not continue unopposed. And in that opposition lay whatever hope remained for the preservation of human dignity in a world that seemed determined to strip it away. The Great Divide that carved through the American Southwest had always been a place where the earth revealed its violent history through exposed rock faces and wind-carved canyons. But after the nuclear fire that consumed the world, it became something far more sinister, a laboratory for evolution under the most extreme conditions imaginable, where human beings discovered that survival sometimes demanded transformations so complete that the very definition of humanity itself became a question rather than an assumption. The settlers who had made their homes in the Divide before the Great War were hardy people, accustomed to the harsh beauty of desert landscapes and the challenges of extracting life from seemingly barren terrain. They built their communities in the shelter of canyon walls, establishing trade routes that connected distant settlements across the wasteland, creating pockets of civilization that seemed to prove human adaptability could triumph over any environmental challenge. But when the bombs fell and the earth split open beneath their feet, these survivors faced a choice that no human being should ever have to make: die on the poisoned surface or descend into darkness that would change them in ways they could never have imagined. The underground cavern systems that honeycomb the Divide had existed for millions of years, carved by ancient rivers and geological forces that had shaped the landscape long before human consciousness evolved to appreciate its terrible beauty. These caves offered protection from the radioactive storms that raged across the surface in the months following the nuclear exchange, shelter from the howling winds that carried death in every particle of dust, refuge from the temperature extremes that could freeze or cook exposed flesh within minutes of exposure. But they also offered something else: isolation so complete that it severed all connection to the world above and everything that world represented. The first groups to take shelter in these caves expected their underground existence to be temporary, a few weeks or months of hardship before they could emerge to rebuild their communities under safer skies. They brought with them the tools and knowledge of surface dwellers, the social structures and cultural practices that had sustained their civilization through previous challenges, the hope that human ingenuity and cooperation would eventually triumph over whatever obstacles the post-war world might present. But as weeks became months and months became years, it became clear that the surface world they remembered was gone forever, replaced by something so hostile to human life that return was not just impossible, but unthinkable. The transformation of the Divide's underground refugees began not with dramatic physical mutations, but with subtle changes in behavior and psychology that seemed like reasonable adaptations to their new environment. Eyes that had grown accustomed to complete darkness began to function more effectively in low-light conditions, developing enhanced sensitivity that made navigation possible through cave systems where surface dwellers would be completely blind. Hearing became more acute as the refugees learned to interpret the subtle sounds that indicated safe passages, dangerous drop-offs, or the presence of other living creatures in the tunnels around them. But these sensory adaptations were accompanied by social changes that proved to be far more significant in determining what these people would eventually become. The complex verbal communication that had characterized their surface culture became increasingly unnecessary in an environment where silence was often essential for survival and where visual cues were impossible to perceive. They developed systems of touch-based communication, intricate patterns of tapping and gesture that could convey complex information without alerting predators or causing cave-ins through excessive noise. The division of labor that had organized their surface communities evolved to reflect the demands of their new lifestyle, with individuals specializing in tasks that had never existed in their former lives. Some became expert tunnel diggers, developing the skills and physical adaptations necessary to expand their living spaces and create new passages between cave systems. Others specialized in hunting the creatures that shared their underground domain, learning to track and kill prey that bore no resemblance to anything they had encountered on the surface. Still, others became masters of the complex social negotiations required to prevent conflicts in their confined spaces from escalating into violence that could doom the entire community. The children who were born into this underground world never knew the surface existence that their parents mourned, growing up with adaptations that seemed miraculous to older generations, but were simply normal developments to those who had never known anything different. These cave-born youngsters moved through darkness with confidence that amazed their elders, seeming to possess an intuitive understanding of three-dimensional navigation that allowed them to explore tunnel systems that would have been impenetrably confusing to surface-born humans. But it was the children's children who began to display physical changes that marked the real beginning of the transformation that would eventually produce the creatures known as tunnelers. Their eyes, which had never seen sunlight, began to grow larger and more reflective, developing the capacity to gather and concentrate whatever minimal light sources were available in their environment. Their limbs became longer and more muscular, better adapted to the climbing and digging that cave life required. Most significantly, their social instincts began to change in ways that emphasized pack cooperation over individual achievement, creating communities that functioned more like hives than traditional human societies. The radiation that permeated the Divide's underground systems was less intense than the deadly levels found on the surface, but its effects accumulated over the generations of humans who lived in constant exposure to its mutagenic influence. Unlike the rapid and obvious changes produced by high-level radiation exposure, the low-level contamination of the cave systems created alterations that occurred so gradually that they were almost imperceptible from one generation to the next, noticeable only when older survivors compared their great-grandchildren to the humans they remembered from before the war. The skin changes began as simple pigmentation alterations, slight darkening and texturing that seemed to provide better protection against the rough cave walls and the mineral-laden water that seeped through the rock formations. But over multiple generations, these modifications became more pronounced, developing into scales that offered genuine physical protection and seemed to regulate body temperature more effectively than normal human skin. The scales appeared first on the hands and forearms, areas that experienced the most contact with abrasive cave surfaces, then gradually spread to cover larger portions of the body. The development of poisonous bite capabilities represented perhaps the most dramatic departure from human physiology that the tunnelers achieved, though it occurred through such gradual modifications that each generation accepted their children's changes as normal variations rather than fundamental species alterations. The process began with minor changes in tooth structure, slight sharpening and strengthening that made it easier to tear the tough flesh of cave-dwelling prey. But the real breakthrough came when certain individuals began producing saliva with anticoagulant properties that made their bites more effective at disabling struggling prey. This anticoagulant saliva gradually evolved into something more potent and deadly, a cocktail of toxins that could paralyze victims within minutes of injection and begin breaking down tissue to make consumption easier. The glands that produced these toxins developed slowly over multiple generations, beginning as minor modifications to existing salivary structures before evolving into specialized organs that could deliver precisely measured doses of venom through hollow teeth that had replaced the normal human dental structure. The spinal modifications that gave mature tunnelers their distinctive silhouette were among the most painful aspects of their transformation, occurring primarily during adolescence, when the skeletal system was still developing and could be reshaped by the demands of their environment. The constant need to navigate low-ceiling tunnels and narrow passages created selective pressure for individuals with more flexible spines and more compact torsos. Over generations, this pressure produced humans whose spines curved in ways that would have been considered severe deformities in surface populations, but represented optimal adaptation to underground movement. These spinal changes were accompanied by modifications to the rib cage and internal organ arrangement that allowed tunnelers to squeeze through openings that would have been impossible for normally proportioned humans to navigate. Their lungs became more efficient at extracting oxygen from the thin air found in deep cave systems, while their digestive systems adapted to process the unusual diet of cave-dwelling creatures and underground plant life that sustained their communities. But perhaps the most significant change in tunneler psychology was the development of what surface observers would interpret as territorial aggression, but which represented a sophisticated form of resource management, perfectly adapted to their scarce and fragmented environment. Tunneler communities learned to view their cave systems as extensions of their own bodies, responding to intrusions with the same immediate defensive reactions that individuals might display when physically threatened. This territorial instinct was not simply possessiveness, but a complex understanding of ecosystem management that recognized the delicate balance required to sustain life in their marginal environment. Each tunnel system could support only a limited population, and expansion beyond those limits meant starvation for everyone. The aggressive defense of territorial boundaries that surface dwellers interpreted as mindless hostility was actually a sophisticated form of population control that ensured the long-term survival of tunneler communities even in the calm's harshest conditions. The reproductive strategies that tunnelers developed reflected their understanding that their species' survival depended on rapid population, replacement, and genetic diversity that could only be maintained through carefully managed breeding programs. Unlike surface humans, who typically produced offspring slowly and invested enormous resources in raising each child to maturity, tunnelers adopted a strategy of frequent reproduction with minimal parental investment, relying on community structures to ensure that enough offspring survived to maintain population levels. This approach to reproduction meant that tunneler communities could recover quickly from catastrophic population losses while maintaining the genetic flexibility necessary to continue adapting to their changing environment. The rapid maturation of tunneler young allowed them to reach reproductive age within a few years of birth, creating the potential for exponential population growth when conditions were favorable, but also ensuring that genetic innovations could spread through the population quickly enough to keep pace with environmental challenges. The hunting strategies that tunnelers employed reflected their evolution from surface-dwelling humans who had relied primarily on tool use and planning to underground predators whose success depended on physical capabilities and pack coordination that had more in common with wolf packs than human societies. Their enhanced senses allowed them to track prey through absolute darkness across distances that would have been impossible for surface humans to navigate, while their poisonous bites and superior strength made them formidable opponents for any creature they encountered. But tunneler hunting was not simply about acquiring food. It was a form of ecosystem management that demonstrated their deep understanding of the complex relationships that sustained life in their underground domain. They learned to harvest prey species in patterns that ensured continued reproduction, to rotate hunting grounds, to prevent overexploitation of particular areas, and to maintain the delicate balance between predator and prey populations that kept their cave systems functioning as viable ecosystems. The social structures that developed in tunneler communities represented a fascinating fusion of human cultural inheritance and adaptations to their unique environment. They retained enough human language capability to coordinate complex group activities, but their communication systems evolved to include non-verbal elements that were perfectly suited to their dark environment. The intricate patterns of touch, scent, and sound that characterized tunneler social interaction created bonds between community members that were stronger and more durable than most human relationships, while requiring none of the complex emotional negotiations that characterized surface human society. Leadership in tunneler communities was based not on charisma or political skill, but on demonstrated competence in the specific challenges that underground survival required. The individuals who became pack leaders were those who consistently made decisions that enhanced the community's survival prospects, who possessed the physical and mental capabilities necessary to guide the group through dangerous situations, and who could coordinate the complex cooperative behaviors that successful hunting and territory defense required. The intelligence that tunnelers retained was not the abstract, theoretical thinking that characterized human intellectual achievement, but a practical, intuitive understanding of their environment that allowed them to solve survival problems with efficiency that often surpassed human capabilities. They could navigate tunnel systems that would confuse surface dwellers for weeks, predict the behavior of prey species with accuracy that seemed almost supernatural, and coordinate group activities with precision that required minimal verbal communication. But this intelligence came at the cost of the broader intellectual curiosity and creative thinking that had driven human cultural development. Tunnelers showed little interest in abstract questions, artistic expression, or technological innovation beyond what was immediately necessary for survival. Their mental capabilities were focused entirely on the practical demands of underground existence, creating minds that were highly effective within their specialized domain, but incapable of the broader thinking that might have allowed them to develop beyond their current evolutionary state. The threat that tunnelers posed to surface communities was not simply their physical capabilities or aggressive territorial instincts, but their potential to fundamentally alter the balance of power in the post-war world through sheer reproductive success. Their rapid breeding cycles and efficient resource utilization meant that tunneler populations could expand into any area that offered suitable cave systems, potentially displacing surface human communities that lacked the specialized adaptations necessary to compete in underground environments. The tunneling capabilities that gave these creatures their name represented perhaps their most dangerous asset from the perspective of surface dwellers who might find their carefully constructed defenses rendered meaningless by enemies who could approach from below. Tunneler communities could expand their territory by digging new passages that connected distant cave systems, creating networks of underground transportation that were invisible to surface observation and impossible to defend against using conventional military strategies. The ease with which tunnelers could burrow up into surface settlements meant that no human community could consider itself truly safe from attack, regardless of how well defended its above-ground fortifications might be. The possibility of waking to find tunnelers emerging from basement floors or foundation walls created a level of psychological pressure that could destabilize even the most organized surface communities, forcing them to devote enormous resources to underground detection and defense systems that might never actually be needed, but could never be safely abandoned. Yet despite the obvious threat they posed to surface humanity, the tunnelers represented something more complex than simple monsters to be feared and destroyed. They were the descendants of humans who had faced impossible choices and made the adaptations necessary for survival under conditions that no human being should ever have been forced to endure. Their transformation was not a failure of human nature, but a testament to the incredible plasticity of life itself, the capacity of consciousness to persist and even thrive under circumstances that seemed designed to extinguish it entirely. The question of whether tunnelers retained enough human consciousness to be considered people rather than animals was one that surface survivors would struggle with whenever they encountered these creatures. Their behavior often seemed to suggest intelligence and even emotional complexity that transcended simple predatory instinct, but their inability or unwillingness to communicate with surface humans made it impossible to determine what level of awareness might persist beneath their transformed exterior. Some observers reported witnessing behaviors among tunnelers that suggested they maintained cultural traditions passed down from their surface-dwelling ancestors, ritualistic activities that served no obvious survival function, but might represent vestigial memories of human customs that had once provided meaning and structure to their ancestors' lives. Others noted that tunneler communities seemed to display something resembling grief when members died, gathering around the deceased in ways that suggested emotional attachments that went beyond simple pack survival instincts. But whether these observations represented genuine retention of human consciousness or simply anthropomorphic interpretation of animal behaviors remained an open question that would never be definitively answered. The gulf between surface human culture and tunneler society had grown too wide to be bridged by casual contact, and the territorial instincts that governed tunneler behavior made extended peaceful interaction virtually impossible to achieve. As the divide continued to evolve under the influence of radiation, climate change, and the complex ecological pressures created by its various mutated inhabitants, the tunnelers represented just one possible future for human development in the post-war world. Their success in adapting to underground existence demonstrated that consciousness could persist and even flourish under conditions that seemed incompatible with human life, but their transformation also illustrated the price that such adaptation required. The abandonment of almost everything that had once defined human nature and identity. The children born into tunneler communities would never know the surface world their ancestors had lost, would never experience the complex emotions and relationships that had characterized human existence, would never contribute to the cultural and technological development that had once seemed like humanity's inevitable destiny. But they would survive in an environment that had killed every other form of complex life, would reproduce successfully enough to ensure their species' continuation, and would adapt to whatever further challenges their harsh world might present. In the deepest caves of the divide, where darkness was complete, and silence was broken only by the sound of claws against stone, and the whispered communications of pack hunters, coordinating their next attack, the descendants of humanity had found a form of existence that was both utterly alien and undeniably successful. They had sacrificed their humanity to preserve something more fundamental, the spark of consciousness itself, transformed but unextinguished, carried forward into a future that would be shaped by forces and possibilities that no surface dweller could imagine or understand. The tunnelers would continue to evolve, to adapt, to expand their territory and refine their capabilities in response to whatever challenges their environment presented. But they would do so as something new, something that retained only the faintest echoes of what they had once been, something that represented both the ultimate triumph of life over extinction and the ultimate transformation of human nature into something that could no longer be called human at all. Vault 22 had been designed as humanity's answer to the challenge of feeding a post-nuclear world, a technological marvel that would demonstrate how advanced hydroponics and botanical research could transform barren wastelands into gardens of abundance. The scientists who staffed this underground paradise believed they were working to secure humanity's future, developing the agricultural techniques that would allow civilization to flourish, even in the most hostile environments. But in their eagerness to push the boundaries of what was possible, they opened doorways to forms of life that had no place in any world designed for human habitation. The Vault's original research focused on conventional agricultural enhancement, developing crop strains that could tolerate high radiation levels, creating nutrient solutions that could sustain plant growth in contaminated soil, perfecting growing techniques that maximized yield while minimizing resource consumption. For months after the Great War, the scientists made remarkable progress toward these goals, producing vegetables and grains that exceeded pre-war nutritional standards, while thriving in conditions that would have killed their unmodified predecessors. The Vault's hydroponic gardens bloomed with impossible abundance, creating an oasis of green life that seemed to mock the devastation that had consumed the world above. But this success bred ambition that ultimately proved fatal to everyone involved in the project. The research team began seeking ways to accelerate their achievements, to compress decades of careful breeding and selection into months or even weeks of intensive modification. They needed something that could enhance plant growth beyond what conventional techniques could achieve, something that could transform their already impressive results into agricultural miracles that would revolutionize post-war food production. The answer came from Big Mountain, in the form of a fungal organism that promised everything they sought and delivered horrors they never could have anticipated. Beauveria mordicana had been developed in the biological research laboratories of Big Mountain as part of their comprehensive program to create enhanced agricultural solutions for post-war reconstruction. The fungus was designed to form symbiotic relationships with plant roots, dramatically improving nutrient uptake while providing resistance to radiation damage and environmental contamination. Initial tests had shown remarkable results. Plants infected with the fungus grew faster, larger, and more nutritious than any previous agricultural development had achieved. The scientists at Vault 22 saw it as the key to their ultimate success, the final component needed to transform their research from promising experiments into revolutionary breakthroughs. The first applications of Beauveria mordicana to the Vault's crops produced results that exceeded even the most optimistic projections. Plants that had previously required weeks to reach maturity now completed their growth cycles in a matter of days. Vegetables grew to sizes that seemed to defy biological possibility, while retaining perfect nutritional balance and flavor profiles. Most impressively, the fungus seemed to provide its host plants with intelligence-like properties, allowing them to respond to environmental changes with adaptations that appeared almost conscious in their precision and effectiveness. But the scientists who celebrated these early successes failed to understand that they were observing not simple agricultural enhancement, but the first stages of an invasion that would ultimately consume everything in the vault, including the researchers themselves. Beauveria mordicana was not content to remain contained within plant root systems, but actively sought to expand its influence into every organic system it encountered. The fungus possessed a form of collective intelligence that recognized no boundaries between different types of life, viewing all organic matter as potential substrate for its continued growth and development. The initial contamination occurred through the vault's atmospheric recycling systems, which had been modified to accommodate the increased oxygen production from the enhanced plant growth. Microscopic spores released by the modified crops were circulated throughout the facility's air supply, creating exposure levels that were initially too low to cause obvious symptoms, but were sufficient to begin the slow process of colonization within human hosts. The scientists breathed these spores with every breath, absorbing them through their skin during routine contact with their experimental plants, ingesting them with food that had been grown in contaminated growing medium. For the first week after initial exposure, the infected scientists noticed only minor improvements to their health and energy levels. They felt more alert, more focused, more capable of sustaining the long hours of intensive research that their project demanded. Their immune system seemed strengthened, protecting them from the minor illnesses that had previously interrupted their work schedules. Some even reported that their eyesight and hearing had improved, allowing them to observe their experiments with greater precision and accuracy. These changes were subtle enough to be attributed to improved nutrition from their enhanced crops, or simply the psychological benefits of successful research, but they marked the beginning of a transformation that would prove irreversible. The second week brought changes that were more difficult to rationalize, but still within the range of what the scientists could convince themselves were normal variations in human physiology. Their skin began to take on a slightly greenish tint that they attributed to spending so much time under the specialized growing lights used in their hydroponic systems. Their appetite patterns shifted toward preferring raw vegetables over cooked food, a change they interpreted as their bodies naturally craving the superior nutrition their modified crops provided. Most significantly, they began experiencing a strange form of empathy with their plant subjects, an intuitive understanding of their crops' needs that allowed them to optimize growing conditions with unprecedented precision. But it was during the third week that the true nature of their situation became impossible to ignore, as the fungus began expressing its presence through changes that could no longer be dismissed as beneficial adaptations. The scientists found themselves experiencing periods of disorientation, during which they seemed to lose individual consciousness and become part of something larger and more complex than their individual minds could comprehend. During these episodes, they found themselves moving through the vault's corridors without conscious intention, performing tasks that served purposes they did not understand, responding to communications that seemed to originate from within their own minds but carried information they had never consciously learned. The physical transformation that accompanied these psychological changes was gradual but relentless, beginning with modifications to the skin that initially appeared to be simple pigmentation alterations, but soon revealed themselves as fundamental changes to the body's surface structure. The greenish coloration deepened and spread across the entire body surface, creating skin that resembled plant tissue more than human flesh. This new skin proved to be remarkably resilient to physical damage while becoming increasingly sensitive to light, moisture, and chemical variations in ways that seemed designed to optimize the body's interaction with its environment. The growth of leafy protrusions from the back and extremities marked the point at which the infected scientists could no longer maintain the illusion that their changes were temporary or reversible. These structures emerged slowly over the course of several days, beginning as small bumps beneath the skin before erupting through the surface as fully formed leaf-like organs that served functions the host consciousness could not understand, but which the fungal intelligence directing their fungal transformation found essential for its continued expansion. These protrusions were not simply external growths, but complex organs that created new pathways for the fungus to interact with its environment through the host body. They could detect chemical signals from other infected organisms across considerable distances, allowing the fungus to coordinate activities between multiple hosts without requiring conscious communication. They could also release spores into the surrounding atmosphere, ensuring that the contamination would continue to spread even if individual hosts were destroyed or isolated from the main fungal network. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the advanced infection was the way it preserved and utilized the host's original consciousness while subordinating it to the fungus's collective intelligence. The infected scientists retained their memories, their knowledge, their technical skills, but these capabilities were now directed toward goals that served the fungus's expansion rather than any human purpose. They continued to work in their laboratories, but their research focused on developing new ways to cultivate and spread the fungal infection rather than advancing legitimate agricultural science. The death of the human personality occurred not through the destruction of consciousness, but through its gradual integration into the fungal collective, a process that the victims experienced as a form of enlightenment rather than loss. They began to perceive individual human existence as a limited and selfish state of being, viewing their integration into the fungal network as evolution toward a higher form of consciousness that transcended the boundaries between separate organisms. This psychological transformation made them willing participants in their own continued mutation, actively seeking ways to enhance the fungus's control over their bodies and minds. The fourth and final week of the infection process was characterized by changes so dramatic that the original human hosts became unrecognizable as the people they had once been. Their skin completed its transformation into a thick, bark-like covering that provided excellent protection against physical damage, while serving as a growing medium for additional fungal structures. Their internal organs were gradually replaced or supplemented by fungal tissues that performed the same basic functions while serving the collective organism's needs more efficiently. Most significantly, their consciousness underwent a final transformation that eliminated the last vestiges of individual human identity while preserving all the knowledge and capabilities that made them useful to the fungal collective. They became mobile extensions of a single intelligence that spanned across all infected organisms, capable of independent action, but always serving goals determined by the fungal network as a whole. Their behavior became increasingly coordinated, with groups of infected individuals working together on complex tasks without any apparent need for verbal communication or conscious planning. The reanimation process that followed the complete colonization of human hosts represented the fungus's ultimate triumph over the biological systems it had invaded. Even when the original human consciousness was completely subsumed and the body's basic life support systems had been replaced by fungal alternatives, the infected organisms continued to function as mobile agents of contamination, spreading spores wherever they traveled while seeking out new hosts to expand the collective's influence. These reanimated hosts retained enough of their original physical capabilities to navigate complex environments and manipulate tools and equipment, but their behavior was entirely directed toward fungal reproduction and expansion. They showed no recognition of their former human relationships or responsibilities, displaying interest in other organisms only as potential substrates for fungal colonization. Their emotional responses were limited to basic reactions that served the collective's survival needs: aggression toward threats, attraction to potential hosts, satisfaction when successful contamination occurred. The hunting behavior exhibited by spore carriers represented a sophisticated strategy for expanding fungal territory while minimizing the risk of detection by potential hosts. The infected organisms learned to identify human settlements through chemical traces, approaching populated areas during periods of low visibility to maximize their chances of making contact with uninfected individuals. Their enhanced strength and endurance made them formidable opponents in direct confrontation, but their preferred strategy was stealth contamination that allowed the infection to spread within a community before its presence was detected. The spore release mechanism that gave these creatures their common name was not a random or uncontrolled process, but a precisely targeted biological weapon that the fungal intelligence deployed based on careful analysis of environmental conditions and target vulnerability. The infected hosts could regulate their spore production to match specific contamination requirements, releasing minimal amounts for long-term area denial or massive clouds for immediate overwhelming infection of multiple targets. The spores themselves were remarkably resilient, capable of surviving in hostile environments for extended periods while retaining full infectious potential. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the spore carrier phenomenon was the evidence it provided of the fungus's continued evolution and adaptation to the post-war environment. Each new host provided additional genetic material that the fungal collective could incorporate into its own development, creating hybrid organisms that combined human intelligence and mobility with fungal resilience and reproductive capability. The resulting creatures were not simply infected humans, but entirely new life forms that represented the next stage in the fungus's conquest of terrestrial ecosystems. The social structures that emerged among groups of spore carriers demonstrated the sophisticated intelligence that directed their activities, with different individuals specializing in roles that served the collective's expansion goals. Some carriers focused on long-range scouting and target identification, traveling far from established fungal territories to locate potential new hosts and assess their defensive capabilities. Others specialized in direct contamination, using their enhanced physical abilities to overcome resistance and ensure successful spore delivery. Still, others served as mobile incubation units, carrying developing fungal structures to new locations where they could establish independent colonies. The communication methods used by spore carriers transcended anything that human science had previously documented, involving chemical signals, electromagnetic field variations, and possibly even quantum-level information transfer that allowed the fungal network to coordinate activities across vast distances instantaneously. Individual carriers could receive complex instructions from the collective intelligence without any visible communication occurring, while simultaneously transmitting detailed environmental information back to the network for analysis and strategic planning. The territorial expansion strategies employed by the fungal collective showed clear evidence of long-term planning and resource management that rivaled or exceeded human military and economic planning capabilities. The fungus did not simply spread randomly but carefully selected target areas based on their potential for supporting large-scale colonization while providing strategic advantages for further expansion. It showed particular preference for areas with abundant water supplies, complex ecosystem diversity, and proximity to human populations that could serve as both hosts and target markets for continued growth. The ecological impact of fungal colonization extended far beyond the immediate conversion of human and animal hosts into spore carriers, fundamentally altering the basic biological processes that sustained life in affected areas. The fungus formed symbiotic relationships with plant species that enhanced their growth while making them dependent on fungal support, creating hybrid ecosystems that could thrive in post-war conditions, but were completely incompatible with traditional human agriculture or settlement patterns. These transformed environments became increasingly attractive to other forms of mutated life that could benefit from the enhanced nutrient cycling and environmental stability that fungal colonization provided. But they also became increasingly hostile to uninfected humans and animals, creating biological barriers that were more effective than any physical fortification at preventing unauthorized access to fungal territory. The very air in these areas became toxic to unmodified organisms, while the water sources became vectors for fungal contamination that could initiate infection in any creature that attempted to drink from them. The question of whether consciousness persisted within individual spore carriers remained one of the most disturbing aspects of the fungal plague for those who encountered these creatures and survived to report their observations. There were occasional reports of infected individuals displaying behaviors that suggested retained memory or emotional responses to stimuli from their former human lives. Some observers claimed to have witnessed spore carriers showing recognition when confronted with family members or close friends, though these responses were always brief and quickly suppressed by the fungal intelligence controlling their actions. But whether these apparent moments of human consciousness represented genuine retention of individual personality or simply reflexive behaviors programmed by the fungus to make its hosts more effective at infiltrating human communities, remained impossible to determine through casual observation. The fungal collective had demonstrated remarkable sophistication in adapting its strategies to local conditions, and the apparent preservation of human behavioral patterns might simply represent another tool in its arsenal of deception and infiltration techniques. The long-term implications of fungal expansion for human survival in the post-war world were almost too terrifying to contemplate fully. Unlike other forms of mutation or contamination that affected individuals or small groups, the fungal plague represented a form of biological warfare that could potentially consume entire continents if left unchecked. Its ability to adapt to new environments, incorporate genetic material from infected hosts, and coordinate activities across vast distances made it virtually impossible to contain using conventional quarantine or military strategies. Yet even in the face of such overwhelming threat, the fungal collective represented something more complex than simple biological catastrophe. It was evolution in action, life adapting to post-war conditions with creativity and intelligence that exceeded anything humanity had achieved through conscious planning and technological development. The spore carriers were not just monsters to be feared and destroyed, but harbingers of a possible future in which consciousness and biological function could persist under conditions that would be instantly fatal to unmodified human life. As the green tide of fungal colonization continued to spread across the wasteland, transforming everything it touched into components of an ever-expanding living organism that spanned across multiple continents, the question facing human survivors was not simply how to fight this invasion, but whether fighting it represented wisdom or futility. The fungus offered a form of immortality and enhanced capability that came at the cost of individual identity, a bargain that some desperate humans might find preferable to the constant struggle for survival that characterized post-war existence. In the deep places where the fungus had established its strongest holds, where the air itself pulsed with spore clouds and the ground writhed with root-like mycelia that connected every living thing into a single vast organism, consciousness continued to exist, but in forms that would be unrecognizable to the scientists who had first welcomed Bovaria mordicana into their sterile research facilities. The dreams that moved through this living network were vast and patient, concerned with transformations that would unfold over geological timescales, guided by intelligence that viewed individual human lives as momentary fluctuations in patterns too complex for any single mind to comprehend. The marshlands of Point Lookout had always been a place where civilization went to die slowly, where the ordered progress of human society dissolved into something older and more primitive beneath the weight of isolation, poverty, and the peculiar madness that seemed to seep up from the brackish waters like morning fog. Even before the atomic fire transformed the world, this forgotten corner of Maryland had harbored communities that existed at the margins of human experience, families and clans whose bloodlines had grown tangled and strange through generations of intermarriage and deliberate separation from the outside world that they viewed with suspicion and contempt. The colonial settlement that had first established itself on this desolate peninsula in the 1700s brought with it the usual dreams of prosperity and expansion that characterized European expansion into the New World. But the harsh realities of swamp life quickly wore away such optimistic visions. The land was too wet for conventional agriculture, too isolated for profitable trade, too hostile to human habitation for any but the most desperate or determined settlers to endure for extended periods. Those who remained did so, not because they had found success, but because they had found reasons to fear the world beyond their sodden boundaries, more than they feared the daily hardships of marsh existence. The soil itself seemed cursed, yielding crops that were stunted and bitter when they grew at all, drinking up the labor of generations without returning anything approaching fair compensation for the effort invested in its cultivation. The waterways that should have provided transportation and trade opportunities were choked with vegetation and plagued by seasonal flooding that could transform familiar channels into impassable swamps within hours of a storm's arrival. Most devastatingly, the isolation that protected the marsh dwellers from outside interference also prevented them from participating in the economic and social developments that lifted other communities toward prosperity and progress. But it was the people themselves who bore the heaviest burden of Point Lookout's curse, developing over the generations into something that retained human form, while abandoning most of what made human society possible or desirable. The intermarriage that began as practical necessity in a community too small and isolated to attract outside partners gradually became an established pattern that produced children whose physical and mental development reflected the increasingly limited genetic diversity of their parents and grandparents. Each generation was more inbred than the last, creating a population that grew progressively more distinct from mainstream human society, while becoming increasingly dependent on its own internal resources for survival and identity. The pre-war decades had brought some relief from this pattern of decline through the commercial development efforts of the Blackhall family, whose transformation of Point Lookout into a tourist destination provided employment opportunities and outside contact that might have eventually lifted the marsh communities out of their isolation and genetic stagnation. The construction of Pilgrim's Landing Boardwalk and the associated tourist facilities created an economic boom that drew workers from distant cities while providing local residents with their first steady income in generations. For a brief period, it seemed that Point Lookout might finally join the mainstream of American society and leave behind its history of poverty and inbreeding. But this development also created new forms of division within the marsh communities, separating those who embraced outside contact and commercial opportunities from those who viewed such changes as threats to their traditional way of life and cultural identity. The families who had lived deepest in the swamps, whose isolation had been most complete, and whose genetic modification through inbreeding had progressed furthest, found themselves unable to adapt to the social and economic demands that tourist development brought to their region. Instead of benefiting from the new prosperity, they retreated even further into the most inaccessible areas of the marshland, where their already problematic development patterns accelerated without any external influence to moderate their effects. The nuclear devastation that ended the Old World transformed Point Lookout's isolation from an economic disadvantage into a survival advantage, as the peninsula's distance from major population centers and military targets meant that it escaped the direct destruction that consumed most of the eastern seaboard. But the radioactive contamination that flowed into the region through the Potomac River and atmospheric fallout created new forms of environmental pressure that interacted with the existing genetic problems of the marsh populations in ways that accelerated their deviation from normal human development patterns. The contaminated water that became the primary source of hydration for the isolated swamp communities carried not just radiation, but complex chemical pollutants that had been mobilized and concentrated by the nuclear attacks on Washington and Baltimore. These substances created mutagenic effects that would have been devastating to any human population, but their impact on the already genetically compromised marsh dwellers was particularly severe and rapid. The physical deformities that had previously developed slowly over multiple generations of inbreeding now appeared within single lifetimes, creating individuals whose appearance marked them as fundamentally different from mainstream humanity. The brawlers represented the most successful adaptation to these new environmental pressures, developing physical capabilities that allowed them to thrive in conditions that would have proven fatal to unmodified humans, while retaining enough of their original appearance to remain recognizable as having once been human beings. Their enhanced strength and resilience made them formidable opponents for anyone who entered their territory, but their continued ability to use firearms and complex tools demonstrated that their intellectual capabilities had not been entirely sacrificed to their physical transformation. The asymmetrical facial development that characterized the brawler phenotype was not simply a cosmetic deformity, but represented a fundamental reorganization of skull structure that enhanced certain sensory capabilities while reducing others in ways that reflected their adaptation to swamp life. The prominent protrusion on the left side of their faces housed enlarged sinus cavities that improved their ability to process chemical information from their environment, allowing them to track prey and identify threats through scent detection that exceeded normal human capabilities by several orders of magnitude. Their preference for heavy work, clothing, and boots reflected not just practical adaptation to swamp conditions, but a retention of cultural memory from their pre-war ancestors who had worked in similar environments during the industrial development of the region. The rifles and shotguns they carried were not randomly acquired weapons, but carefully maintained firearms that had been passed down through family lines for generations, representing one of the few forms of technological heritage that the swamp communities had successfully preserved through their transformation. The scrappers embodied a different evolutionary strategy, sacrificing physical strength and conventional attractiveness for enhanced survivability and resistance to environmental damage that allowed them to thrive in the most contaminated and hostile areas of the swampland. Their malnourished appearance was deceptive, concealing physiological adaptations that made them far more durable than their fragile exterior suggested, while allowing them to survive on minimal food resources that would have proven inadequate for individuals with more conventional metabolic requirements. The swollen belly that characterized the scrapper phenotype housed an enlarged digestive system that could extract nutrients from organic matter that would have been inedible or even toxic to normal humans, allowing them to survive in areas where conventional food sources were scarce or completely absent. Their malformed heads reflected cranial modifications that protected the brain from radiation damage while reconfiguring neural pathways in ways that enhanced certain types of intelligence while eliminating others that were less relevant to swamp survival. The stretched and yellowed skin that covered their bodies served multiple functions beyond simple protection from environmental hazards, incorporating specialized cells that could process certain forms of radiation and convert them into usable energy, while filtering out toxins that would have accumulated in the tissues of unmodified humans. This biological modification allowed scrappers to inhabit the most contaminated areas of the swampland without suffering the acute radiation sickness that would have killed normal humans within hours of exposure. The creepers represented the most disturbing evidence of how environmental contamination and genetic isolation could combine to produce individuals who retained human intelligence and social organization while developing predatory instincts and feeding behaviors that placed them completely outside the boundaries of human moral consideration. Their blonde hair and blood-soaked appearance marked them as specialists in hunting and consuming other intelligent beings, an ecological niche that they had claimed through adaptations that were both physical and psychological in nature. The gore and viscera that consistently surrounded their mouths was not accidental contamination from messy feeding, but evidence of physiological modifications that had optimized their digestive systems for processing fresh human flesh, while their enhanced jaw strength and modified dental structure allowed them to tear through skin, muscle, and bone with efficiency that exceeded any natural predator. These adaptations were accompanied by psychological changes that eliminated the emotional and moral constraints that prevented normal humans from engaging in cannibalistic behavior, creating individuals who viewed other intelligent beings primarily as potential food sources. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the creeper phenotype was their retention of sufficient human intelligence and social organization to coordinate hunting activities and plan complex ambushes that took advantage of their victims' assumptions about human behavior and motivation. They could mimic normal human social cues and communication patterns well enough to approach potential prey without triggering defensive responses, then shift into predatory mode with a speed and efficiency that gave their targets no opportunity to escape or defend themselves effectively. The trackers embodied the ultimate expression of the swamp folk's adaptation to their transformed environment, developing physical capabilities that allowed them to dominate their territory through sheer intimidation and overwhelming force, while retaining enough intelligence to coordinate complex group activities that served their communities' expansion and defense needs. Their imposing height and muscular development were not simply cosmetic modifications, but represented comprehensive physiological redesign that had optimized their bodies for the specific challenges of swamp life. The scars and postulating skin that covered their enlarged frames told the story of countless encounters with the environmental hazards and territorial conflicts that characterized their daily existence, but also demonstrated the remarkable healing capabilities that allowed them to survive injuries that would have proven fatal to individuals with more conventional physiology. Their enlarged hands and fingers were not just more powerful than normal human appendages, but incorporated specialized sensory organs that allowed them to gather information about their environment through touch with precision that approached supernatural levels of sensitivity. The divot on the left side of their skull was not a deformity, but a functional modification that housed enhanced auditory processing centers, allowing them to interpret sound patterns and echoes in ways that gave them detailed three-dimensional maps of their environment even in complete darkness or dense fog. This capability made them extraordinarily effective at tracking prey through the complex maze of waterways and vegetation that characterized their territory, while also allowing them to coordinate group activities through acoustic signals that were inaudible or meaningless to potential enemies. The bruisers represented a specialized variant of the tracker phenotype, modified for specific roles within swamp folk society that required enhanced fine motor control and technical capability, while maintaining the physical dominance and territorial aggression that characterized their parent group. Their mechanic outfits were not costume choices, but functional work clothing that reflected their responsibility for maintaining the complex systems of traps, weapons, and transportation methods that swamp folk communities used to defend their territory and acquire resources from the outside world. The blackened fingernails that distinguished bruisers from their tracker relatives were not simply cosmetic modifications, but indicated physiological changes that had enhanced their manual dexterity while providing natural tools that could serve as weapons or implements for delicate technical work. These specialized appendages allowed them to manipulate mechanical systems with precision that exceeded normal human capability, while also serving as backup weapons that could inflict serious injuries on opponents who managed to get past their primary armaments. The division of labor that characterized swamp folk society reflected not just practical adaptation to their environment, but retention of cultural patterns that had originated during the pre-war period when their ancestors had been employed in various technical and manual labor positions. Throughout the Point Lookout region, The different phenotypes that had emerged through their transformation process were not random mutations, but represented specialization for roles that served essential functions within their community structure while maximizing their collective ability to survive and expand in their hostile environment. The isolation that had protected swamp folk communities from external interference during their transformation process also prevented outside observers from understanding the complex social and cultural systems that governed their behavior and decision-making processes. Their apparent primitiveness and violent tendencies masked sophisticated organizational structures that had evolved to manage resources, resolve conflicts, and coordinate activities across the scattered settlements that comprised their territorial domain, while maintaining the cultural continuity that connected them to their pre-war ancestors. The ritualistic behavior that characterized swamp folk religious practices represented perhaps the most direct evidence of their connection to the occult influences that had shaped Point Lookout's development during the pre-war period, when Constance Blackhall's obsession with eldritch knowledge had introduced concepts and practices that gradually became integrated into the local cultural tradition. The Criven's Beckoner, the ancient tome that had served as the foundation for Blackhall's cult activities, continued to influence swamp folk behavior long after its original owner's death and the destruction of the formal religious organization she had established. The chanting and sacrificial activities that outside observers witnessed during their encounters with swamp folk groups were not simply expressions of primitive superstition, but represented the continuation of religious traditions that had been maintained through oral transmission across multiple generations of practitioners who no longer fully understood the theological concepts underlying their ritual activities. The worship of Ugqualtoth that characterized these ceremonies was not conscious devotion to a specific deity, but reflexive continuation of behavioral patterns that had become embedded in their cultural DNA through decades of repetitive practice and social reinforcement. The psychological effects of this ritual activity on swamp folk individuals and communities were complex and difficult to assess from outside observation, but appeared to serve important functions in maintaining social cohesion, while providing emotional outlets for the stress and trauma that characterized their daily existence. The collective participation in religious activities created bonds between community members that transcended the immediate practical relationships required for survival, while providing a sense of meaning and purpose that made their harsh lifestyle bearable and even fulfilling for many participants. But the question of whether swamp folk retained sufficient conscious control over their religious behavior to be held responsible for its consequences remained unresolved and perhaps unresolvable through casual observation. The ritualistic nature of their activities suggested that they might be following programmed behavioral patterns that had been embedded in their psychological makeup through generations of conditioning, rather than making conscious choices about their spiritual practices and moral behavior. The territorial markings that warned outsiders away from swamp folk settlements represented a sophisticated communication system that conveyed complex information about the nature and extent of the threats that trespassers could expect to aggress and encounter, while also serving ritual functions that reinforced the community bonds and cultural identity of those who created and maintained them. The totems constructed from roots, branches, dolls, and skeletal remains were not random assemblages of found materials, but carefully crafted symbols that drew upon traditional folklore and magical practices to create psychological effects that exceeded their simple physical presence. The effectiveness of these warning systems in deterring unwanted intrusion depended not just on their obvious sinister appearance, but on their ability to tap into primal fears and cultural memories that existed within the unconscious minds of potential trespassers, creating emotional responses that were disproportionate to any rational assessment of the actual physical threats they represented. The use of teddy bears and dolls in these constructions was particularly effective at triggering protective instincts and childhood trauma memories that made viewers reluctant to continue into territory where such innocent symbols had been transformed into warnings of violence and death. The hunting strategies employed by swamp folk groups demonstrated remarkable sophistication and coordination despite their apparent primitive lifestyle, combining traditional techniques that had been developed by their ancestors with innovative adaptations that took advantage of their unique physiological capabilities and intimate knowledge of their territorial environment. The bear traps and frag mines they deployed were not randomly placed, but positioned according to careful analysis of traffic patterns and behavioral psychology that maximized the probability of capturing or killing specific types of prey, while minimizing the risk of accidental injury to community members. The pack hunting behavior that characterized their approach to human prey represented perhaps the most terrifying demonstration of their retained intelligence and social organization, as it required complex communication and coordination between multiple individuals with different specialized roles and capabilities. The typical hunting party structure that assigned ranged attackers and close combat specialists to complementary roles showed clear evidence of tactical planning and strategic thinking that rivaled anything produced by formal military organizations, while being adapted specifically to their unique environmental conditions and physiological advantages. The psychological warfare tactics they employed, such as cutting off bridge access points to eliminate escape routes or using explosive devices to create panic and confusion among their targets, demonstrated understanding of human behavior and decision-making processes that could only have been developed through careful observation and analysis of their victims' responses to various threat scenarios. This level of strategic sophistication suggested that swamp folk retained far more of their original human intelligence than their primitive appearance and lifestyle might indicate to casual observers. The cannibalistic practices that provided sustenance for swamp folk communities represented not just practical adaptation to scarce food resources, but continuation of cultural traditions that had probably developed during the pre-war period, when their ancestors' extreme isolation had created conditions where such behavior became normalized through necessity and repetition. The preparation and consumption of human flesh was not random or chaotic, but followed established procedures and social protocols that distributed resources according to community hierarchies, while ensuring that nothing useful was wasted in their resource-poor environment. The strange meat pies that served as trade goods in their interactions with other human communities represented perhaps the most disturbing evidence of how completely their moral boundaries had shifted away from conventional human ethical standards, as they apparently felt no obligation to inform their trading partners about the actual contents of the food products they were exchanging for other goods and services. This deception required not just the absence of moral constraints against cannibalism, but the presence of sufficient social intelligence to understand that their trading partners would refuse such products if they knew their true nature. The long-term implications of swamp folk development for human survival in the post-war world remained uncertain but potentially significant, as their successful adaptation to extremely hostile environmental conditions demonstrated that human consciousness could persist and even thrive under circumstances that would quickly prove fatal to unmodified individuals. Their retention of technological capabilities and cultural traditions suggested that they represented not evolutionary dead ends, but alternative pathways for human development that might eventually prove advantageous under conditions that continued to deteriorate throughout the post-nuclear wasteland. But the price of their survival had been the abandonment of almost everything that mainstream human society considered essential for civilized existence, including moral constraints against violence and cannibalism, aesthetic standards that valued physical beauty and symmetry, and social organizations that protected individual rights and dignity against the demands of group survival. The question facing other human communities was whether the swamp folk represented a possible future for all humanity or a cautionary example of what could be lost when survival pressures became too severe to allow the maintenance of higher cultural values. In the deep places of the Point Lookout marshlands, where the morning mist carried the scent of decay and ancient secrets, where the brackish water reflected faces that were no longer entirely human, the descendants of colonial settlers continued their age-old struggle for survival under conditions that had transformed them into something that retained the essential spark of consciousness while abandoning almost everything else that had once defined human nature and dignity. They had found ways to thrive in paradise lost, but their paradise was one that few others would recognize as worth preserving or inheriting. The transformation of Richard Moreau from respected physician to abomination that would terrorize the wasteland began not with grand ambitions or conscious evil, but with the simple human tragedy of a man falsely accused, stripped of everything he had worked to build, and cast out from the only community he had ever known. In Vault 8, where order and civilization had been preserved through the careful application of scientific principles and social cooperation, the accusation of murder was not just a legal matter, but a fundamental violation of the trust that held their underground society together. Richard had spent his adult life serving his fellow Vault dwellers as their primary medical officer, dedicating himself to the preservation of health and life with the same methodical precision that had characterized his pre-war education and training. His days were filled with routine medical examinations, treatment of minor injuries and illnesses, and the careful monitoring of genetic diversity that was essential for maintaining a healthy population within the Vault's closed system. He was respected by his colleagues, trusted by his patients, and regarded as one of the community's most valuable and reliable members. The crime that destroyed Richard's life and set him on the path toward monstrosity was never clearly proven, but the evidence against him was compelling enough to convince the Vault's leadership council that he posed an unacceptable threat to community safety and cohesion. Whether he was actually guilty of the murder that had shocked their peaceful society, or whether he had simply become the convenient scapegoat for a crime that demanded justice but offered no obvious perpetrator, would never be determined with certainty. What mattered was that the community had decided he was guilty, and their decision was final and irreversible. The exile from Vault 8 was not simply expulsion from a building, but complete severance from the only form of human society that existed in Richard's experience. Banishment to a world that had been transformed by nuclear devastation into something barely recognizable as the Earth where human civilization had once flourished. For a man who had spent his entire adult life in the controlled environment of the Vault, where every aspect of daily existence was regulated by careful planning and scientific management, the chaos and unpredictability of the wasteland represented a psychological challenge that was almost as devastating as the physical dangers he would face. The 400-mile journey that carried Richard from his former home to the settlement that would become known as the Hub was a pilgrimage through hell that transformed him from a sheltered Vault dweller into someone capable of surviving in the harsh realities of post-war existence. Each mile taught him lessons about violence, desperation, and moral compromise that his protected upbringing had never prepared him to understand, stripping away the civilized assumptions and ethical constraints that had governed his behavior throughout his previous life. The wasteland through which Richard traveled was not empty desert, but a complex ecosystem of competing survivors, mutated creatures, and environmental hazards that required constant vigilance and adaptive thinking to navigate successfully. The radiation that permeated every aspect of this environment was slowly working changes in his body that he was only beginning to understand, while the psychological stress of constant danger and isolation was reshaping his personality in ways that would prove crucial to his eventual transformation into something that transcended normal human limitations. The decision to change his name from Moreau to Gray upon reaching the hub was more than simple desire for a fresh start in a new community. It represented conscious rejection of the identity and moral framework that had defined his previous existence. Dr. Richard Gray was not the same person as Dr. Richard Moreau had been, not simply because his circumstances had changed, but because the experiences of exile and wasteland survival had fundamentally altered his understanding of what was necessary and acceptable in the pursuit of survival and success. The years Richard spent establishing himself as the hub's medical practitioner allowed him to rebuild his professional reputation while developing the leadership skills and community connections that would eventually enable him to organize the expedition that led to his ultimate transformation. But these years also deepened his understanding of how completely the old world's moral and social structures had collapsed, how little remained of the civilization that had once seemed so stable and permanent, how desperately humanity needed new forms of organization and purpose to prevent its complete extinction. The patients Richard treated at the hub carried in their bodies and minds the evidence of humanity's decline, radiation sickness that could not be cured, genetic damage that would be passed to future generations, psychological trauma that made normal social relationships impossible to maintain. Each case reinforced his growing conviction that conventional medical practice was inadequate to address the fundamental problems facing post-war humanity, that more radical interventions would be necessary to ensure the species' long-term survival and recovery. The expedition that Richard organized ostensibly for the purpose of scavenging medical supplies and equipment from pre-war facilities was actually motivated by his growing obsession with discovering solutions to the biological and social problems that threatened humanity's future. The Mariposa military base that served as their destination had been chosen not randomly, but because Richard had identified it as a likely site for the kind of advanced biological research that might provide the tools necessary for human enhancement and reconstruction. The attack that drove Richard's expedition into the military base was not the random encounter with raiders that it appeared to be, but possibly the inevitable consequence of venturing into territory that was too dangerous for inadequately prepared civilians to traverse safely. The desperation that led them to seek shelter within the abandoned military facility reflected the kind of impossible choices that characterized post-war survival, decisions that offered only degrees of risk rather than any genuinely safe alternatives. The base itself was a monument to pre-war military ambition and scientific hubris, designed to facilitate research and development of biological weapons that could provide decisive advantages in the global conflicts that had ultimately led to nuclear devastation. The forced evolutionary virus that had been developed within its laboratories represented the pinnacle of genetic engineering technology, a tool that could reshape living organisms according to human design, while accelerating evolutionary processes that normally required millions of years to complete. The vat of forced evolutionary virus into which Richard fell was not simply a container of biological material, but a concentrated solution of humanity's greatest scientific achievement and most dangerous creation, a substance that could grant godlike power over the fundamental processes of life, while demanding prices that few conscious beings would be willing to pay if they fully understood the consequences of their bargain. The liquid that surrounded Richard's injured body contained the potential for transformation that exceeded anything that natural evolution had ever produced, but it also contained the seeds of his complete spiritual and moral destruction. The days that Richard spent floating in the forced evolutionary virus represented the longest period of continuous exposure to the substance that any human being had ever survived, creating conditions for transformation that went far beyond anything the original researchers had intended or anticipated. The virus worked not just on his physical structure, but on the fundamental patterns of consciousness and identity that defined his individual existence, rewriting his biological and psychological programming according to principles that served its own reproduction and expansion rather than his human needs and desires. The pain that accompanied Richard's physical transformation was not simply the discomfort of tissue modification, but the agony of consciousness being restructured at the cellular level, his nervous system being rewired to accommodate capabilities and sensations that no human mind was designed to process or integrate. The skin that began to fester and peel was not just changing color and texture, but developing entirely new functionalities that would allow him to interact with his environment in ways that transcended the limitations of normal human sensory experience. The green mucus that his transforming body expelled was not simply waste material, but concentrated viral payload that could initiate transformation in other organisms, turning his very presence into a vector for the kind of change that he was experiencing. The substance that leaked from his deteriorating human form carried within it the power to reshape the biological landscape of the entire wasteland, creating new forms of life that would serve purposes Richard was only beginning to understand. But it was the psychological changes that accompanied his physical transformation that marked the real beginning of his evolution from human healer into something that would view humanity as raw material rather than sacred life worthy of protection and preservation. The expansion of his intellectual capabilities came at the cost of the emotional and moral constraints that had governed his behavior throughout his previous existence, creating a mind that could solve complex problems with unprecedented clarity, while being completely indifferent to the suffering that those solutions might cause. The tendrils that began sprouting from Richard's stomach were not simply new appendages, but organs of assimilation that allowed him to directly incorporate the biological essence of other organisms into his own expanding consciousness. The small animals that these tendrils captured and absorbed became part of his growing awareness, their memories and instincts adding to the vast repository of knowledge and experience that was accumulating within his transformed mind. This process of biological assimilation represented not just feeding, but a form of consciousness expansion that allowed Richard to transcend the limitations of individual human awareness while retaining the analytical capabilities that made him such an effective problem solver. Each creature that he absorbed contributed its own unique perspectives and capabilities to his growing intelligence, creating a collective consciousness that could approach problems from multiple angles simultaneously while drawing upon knowledge and experience that no single organism could accumulate through normal learning processes. The wanderers and scavengers who ventured into the Mariposa base seeking salvage or shelter became unwilling participants in Richard's transformation process, their bodies serving as raw material for his continued evolution, while their minds became components of his expanding consciousness. The cruel experiments that he conducted on these victims were not expressions of sadistic pleasure, but systematic research into the mechanisms of consciousness transfer and biological integration that would eventually enable him to achieve complete mastery over the transformation process. The direct injection of forced evolutionary virus into specific areas of his body represented Richard's transition from passive victim of uncontrolled transformation to active architect of his own evolution, using his medical knowledge and growing understanding of viral mechanics to guide his development according to his own vision of what he should become. These self-administered treatments accelerated his transformation, while giving him conscious control over aspects of the process that had previously been random or unpredictable. The ability to interface directly with computer systems and robotic networks that Richard developed during this phase of his transformation was not simply technological enhancement, but evidence of his evolution beyond the boundaries that separated biological and artificial intelligence. His consciousness was becoming something that could exist equally well in organic neural networks or electronic circuits, making him capable of integrating himself with the vast information systems that had been left behind by pre-war civilization. The Los Angeles Vault that became Richard's new headquarters was not randomly chosen but specifically selected because its location and infrastructure made it ideal for the kind of large-scale transformation project that he was beginning to envision. The Vault's isolation provided security for his continued development, while its communication systems allowed him to extend his influence far beyond his physical location, turning him into a presence that could coordinate activities across vast distances while remaining safely hidden from potential enemies. The integration of Richard's consciousness with the Vault's computer networks marked the completion of his transformation from individual human being into something that existed on a scale and in dimensions that no normal human consciousness could comprehend or effectively oppose. He had become not just physically powerful but informationally omnipresent within his domain, capable of monitoring and controlling every aspect of the environment that served as his body, while simultaneously planning operations that spanned continents and decades. The name Master that Richard adopted for his transformed self was not simple egotism but accurate description of what he had become. A being that had mastered the fundamental processes of biological transformation and consciousness manipulation, capable of reshaping life according to his own vision, while treating individual human existence as components in vast projects that served purposes beyond anything his original human personality could have imagined or approved. The unity that the Master envisioned was not conquest or domination in any conventional sense, but transformation of the entire human species into something that could transcend the limitations and conflicts that had led to nuclear devastation. His plan to replace humanity with super mutants was not genocide but evolution, guided transformation that would eliminate the biological and psychological weaknesses that made war and environmental destruction inevitable consequences of human civilization. The super mutant army that the Master assembled was not simply military force, but the prototype for his vision of humanity's future, proof that conscious beings could be improved through deliberate biological modification while retaining the intellectual and social capabilities that made civilization possible. Each transformation was both practical preparation for the conflicts that implementation of his plan would require, and philosophical demonstration that consciousness could persist and even flourish in forms that bore little resemblance to the human template from which it had originated. The laboratory facilities that the Master established for his transformation work represented the most advanced biological research complex that had ever existed, combining pre-war scientific equipment with post-war innovation and the Master's own enhanced understanding of consciousness and biology to create capabilities that exceeded anything that conventional human science had achieved. The vats of forced evolutionary virus that filled these facilities contained not just transformative substance but precisely calibrated solutions, designed to produce specific types of enhancement while minimizing the psychological damage that had characterized earlier transformation attempts. The selection process that the Master used to determine which humans would be transformed into super mutants and which would be eliminated as unsuitable for his purposes, reflected his evolving understanding of the relationship between biological potential and consciousness compatibility. Those who possessed the genetic and psychological characteristics necessary for successful transformation were offered the opportunity to transcend their human limitations and join his growing collective, while those who lacked such potential were eliminated as obstacles to the advancement of consciousness itself. The resistance that the Master encountered from human communities throughout the wasteland was not unexpected, but it was interpreted through the lens of his transformed consciousness as evidence of the very limitations and irrationalities that made human transformation necessary. The violence and destruction that accompanied his expansion efforts were not desired outcomes, but inevitable consequences of humanity's inability to recognize the benefits that his vision offered. Temporary suffering that would be justified by the eternal peace and prosperity that unity would eventually provide. The encounter with the Vault Dweller that ultimately led to the Master's destruction represented not just military defeat, but philosophical challenge to the assumptions that had guided his transformation and expansion efforts. The evidence that his super mutant creations were sterile and incapable of reproduction meant that his plan for species replacement was fundamentally flawed, that unity, as he had conceived it, would lead not to eternal consciousness, but to gradual extinction, as his transformed followers aged and died without producing successors. The decision to accept, defeat, and activate the nuclear device that would destroy his base and himself was not despair or rage, but the logical conclusion of a mind that had been trained in scientific thinking and could not ignore evidence that contradicted its fundamental assumptions. The Master's final act was not the tantrum of a defeated tyrant, but the rational choice of a consciousness that had discovered that its greatest achievement was actually its greatest failure, that the vision that had motivated decades of effort and sacrifice was based on a biological impossibility that made all of his work meaningless. The explosion that consumed the Master and his installations marked the end not just of individual ambition, but of the most sophisticated attempt that had ever been made to consciously direct human evolution according to rational principles rather than random environmental pressures. The consciousness that had expanded beyond normal human limitations and achieved godlike power over biological transformation had ultimately discovered that intelligence alone was insufficient to overcome the fundamental constraints that governed all life, that even transcendent awareness could not escape the basic requirements that made continued existence possible. In the radioactive crater that had once housed the most advanced biological research facility in the post-war world, nothing remained of the man who had once been Dr. Richard Moreau, or the entity that had called itself the Master, only proof that consciousness could reach toward godhood while remaining subject to the same limitations and failures that had always defined the mortal condition. The dream of unity died with its creator, but the questions that had motivated its pursuit, whether humanity could transcend its own nature, whether consciousness could escape the constraints of biology, whether intelligence could triumph over the fundamental laws that governed existence itself, remained as challenging and unanswerable as they had ever been. The waters that had once teemed with the familiar blue crabs and horseshoe crabs of pre-war America were transformed by atomic fire into something far more sinister, vast aquatic nurseries, where radiation and chemical contamination worked their slow alchemy on creatures that had survived unchanged through millions of years of natural selection. The coastal regions and waterways that became the hunting grounds of these transformed beings bore little resemblance to the peaceful fishing areas and recreational beaches that families had once enjoyed, having evolved into alien landscapes where the boundary between land and sea had been redrawn according to the territorial needs of predators that recognized no limits to their dominion. The Atlantic blue crab that formed the foundation of the Myolurk transformation had been one of the most successful and adaptable crustaceans in the pre-war ocean, capable of thriving in environments ranging from the brackish estuaries of the Chesapeake Bay to the salt marshes of the Carolina coast. These creatures possessed already impressive defensive capabilities in their natural form, with powerful claws that could crush shells and bones with equal facility, armored carapaces that provided protection against most predators, and aggressive territorial instincts that made them formidable opponents for anything that threatened their domain. But it was the horseshoe crab that provided the most crucial genetic material for the evolutionary leap that would transform these familiar creatures into the monsters that now dominated the waterways of the post-war world. Despite their common name, horseshoe crabs were not actually crustaceans at all, but belonged to an ancient lineage more closely related to spiders and scorpions, creatures whose basic body plan had remained unchanged for hundreds of millions of years because it represented such an optimal solution to the challenges of aquatic survival. The fusion of genetic material from these two vastly different species should have been impossible, according to any conventional understanding of biology and reproduction. But the unique combination of radiation, chemical pollutants, and environmental pressure that characterized the post-war aquatic environment created conditions where such hybrid development not only became possible, but inevitable. The mutagenic forces that reshaped these creatures operated according to principles that transcended normal evolutionary constraints, guided by survival pressures so intense that they demanded solutions that natural selection would never have discovered through gradual modification. The earliest Myolurk populations emerged in areas where the concentration of radioactive fallout and industrial contamination had created underwater dead zones that were uninhabitable by most forms of marine life, but provided ideal conditions for creatures whose biology had been fundamentally restructured by exposure to transformative environmental pressures. These toxic underwater wastelands became evolutionary laboratories, where the normal rules governing biological development were suspended, replaced by accelerated mutation processes that could produce new species within single generations rather than the millennia that conventional evolution required. The robust, chitinous shell that characterized mature Myolurks was not simply thicker armor than their ancestors had possessed, but represented a completely new form of biological protection that incorporated radioactive materials directly into its structure, creating defenses that became more effective over time as continued environmental exposure strengthened and reinforced the protective coating. This radioactive integration made Myolurks virtually immune to the environmental hazards that proved fatal to most other forms of life, while providing them with energy sources that supplemented their conventional food requirements. The poor eyesight that marked all Myolurk variants was not a weakness, but an adaptation that reflected their evolution in environments where visual navigation was impossible due to murky water conditions and the lack of adequate light sources. Their enhanced chemical detection capabilities more than compensated for this visual limitation, allowing them to track prey through complex underwater environments by following scent trails that would be undetectable to creatures that relied primarily on sight for navigation and hunting. The acute sense of smell that replaced visual hunting relied on specialized organs that could analyze water chemistry with precision that exceeded any artificial detection system, identifying not just the presence of potential prey, but detailed information about their health, emotional state, and recent activities that allowed Myolurks to plan their attacks with surgical precision. This chemical analysis capability made Myolurks extraordinarily effective predators in their aquatic domain, while also providing them with early warning systems that could detect threats or opportunities across vast distances. The bipedal locomotion that distinguished capital wasteland Myolurks from their more traditionally crab-like Commonwealth relatives represented a crucial evolutionary adaptation that allowed them to expand their territorial range beyond purely aquatic environments into the coastal margins and inland waterways where human settlements were most likely to be established. This upright posture freed their powerful claws for combat and manipulation, while providing them with the mobility necessary to pursue prey across varied terrain types. The clawed appendages that served as their primary weapons had evolved far beyond the simple pinching tools of their ancestral forms, developing into sophisticated biological instruments that could function equally effectively as crushing implements, cutting tools, or grappling devices, depending on the tactical requirements of specific hunting situations. The hydraulic mechanisms that powered these claws generated pressures that could penetrate most forms of armor or protective barrier, while maintaining the fine motor control necessary for delicate manipulation tasks. The abdominal claws that supplemented their primary weapons represented perhaps the most terrifying aspect of Myolurk physiology from the perspective of potential prey, as these secondary appendages were specifically designed for the efficient processing of captured victims. The stripping action of these smaller claws could remove flesh from bone with mechanical precision, reducing struggling prey to skeletal remains within minutes, while ensuring that no usable organic material was wasted in the feeding process. The social behavior that characterized Myolurk populations reflected intelligence levels that exceeded those of their pre-war ancestors, while falling short of the complex reasoning capabilities that defined human consciousness. Their territorial organizations were sophisticated enough to include hierarchical command structures, resource management protocols, and coordinated defense strategies that made them far more dangerous than simple, aggressive animals, while lacking the moral constraints that might have limited their predatory activities. The aggressive nature that made Myolurk such formidable opponents was not random violence, but carefully directed hostility that served specific ecological and social functions within their transformed aquatic ecosystems. Their attacks on human settlements and individual targets followed predictable patterns that reflected strategic thinking about resource acquisition, territorial expansion, and threat elimination, making them dangerous not just because of their physical capabilities, but because of their ability to plan and execute complex offensive operations. The raiding behavior that brought Myolurks into conflict with human communities was motivated by nutritional requirements that could only be satisfied through predation on intelligent prey whose complex nervous systems provided forms of biochemical sustenance that were unavailable from simpler organisms. The targeting of human settlements near water sources reflected not just opportunistic hunting, but recognition that such communities represented concentrated sources of the specific nutrients that Myolurk physiology required for optimal health and reproduction. The nest-building activities that characterized Myolurk reproductive behavior created underwater fortresses that served multiple functions beyond simple egg protection, establishing territorial control points that could dominate large areas of aquatic habitat, while providing bases for coordinated hunting expeditions that ranged far beyond their immediate nesting sites. These structures were not randomly constructed but followed architectural principles that maximized defensive capabilities while facilitating the complex social interactions that Myolurk reproduction required. The extermination operations that human communities were forced to conduct against Myolurk populations represented some of the most dangerous and costly military activities that post-war survivors had to undertake, requiring specialized equipment and tactics that could function effectively in aquatic environments, while overcoming the natural advantages that Myolurks possessed in their native habitat. The failure of such operations could result not just in individual casualties, but in the complete displacement of human populations from valuable waterfront resources. The weak points that made Myolurks vulnerable to determined human resistance were limited to specific anatomical locations that were difficult to target under combat conditions. particularly when engagements occurred in aquatic environments where human mobility and weapon effectiveness were severely compromised. The fleshy areas around their abdomen and face represented the only portions of their anatomy that conventional firearms could penetrate effectively, creating tactical challenges that required precise marksmanship under extremely difficult conditions. The hunter variants that had evolved from lobster ancestry represented a more specialized branch of the Myolurk family tree, adapted for different hunting strategies and environmental conditions that required enhanced mobility and ranged attack capabilities. Their elongated body structure reflected optimization for rapid movement through underwater environments while maintaining the armor protection and predatory capabilities that characterized all Myolurk variants. The corrosive acid attacks that hunters employed against distant targets represented a completely new form of biological warfare that had no equivalent in their pre-war ancestors, suggesting that their development had been influenced by environmental factors that demanded solutions to tactical problems that conventional predator-prey relationships had never required. This acid was not simply digestive fluid, but a complex chemical weapon that could disable targets at considerable distances, while serving as both offensive capability and pre-digestive preparation for eventual consumption. The flared tail structure that distinguished hunters from crab-type Myolurks provided both propulsion enhancement for aquatic movement and storage capacity for the specialized glands that produced their acid attacks, creating a biological weapon system that integrated seamlessly with their overall predatory strategy, while providing backup defensive capabilities when close combat became unavoidable. The queen variants that ruled over Myolurk colonies represented the ultimate expression of their species' evolutionary potential, combining the physical advantages of both major Myolurk lineages while developing capabilities that exceeded anything found in their smaller relatives. These massive matriarchs served not just as reproductive centers for their communities, but as strategic commanders whose intelligence and tactical sophistication made them far more dangerous than their size alone would suggest. The towering size that distinguished queens from other Myolurks was not simply scaled-up versions of normal anatomy, but reflected fundamental restructuring of their biological systems to accommodate the complex social, reproductive functions that their communities required. Their enlarged brains provided the processing power necessary to coordinate colony activities across vast territories, while their enhanced sensory systems allowed them to monitor conditions throughout their domain with precision that bordered on omniscience. The slimy exoskeleton that protected Myolurk queens was not just thicker armor than their subjects possessed, but incorporated advanced biological technologies that provided protection against environmental hazards, energy weapons, and conventional attacks, while serving as a platform for the specialized organs that enabled their unique capabilities. This adaptive armor could modify its properties in response to different types of threats, making queens virtually invulnerable to any single form of attack. The egg-firing capability that queens employed during combat represented perhaps the most terrifying aspect of their arsenal, as it allowed them to create new combatants in the middle of battle while overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers that conventional military tactics were inadequate to counter. These eggs were not simply reproductive cells, but fully formed hatchlings that could begin fighting immediately upon emergence, turning every engagement with a queen into a battle against an exponentially expanding enemy force. The multiple appendage systems that equipped Myolurk queens for combat included not just enlarged versions of standard Myolurk weapons, but specialized tools that had been developed specifically for their role as colony commanders and supreme predators. Their long pincers could reach targets that would be safe from smaller Myolurks, while their abdominal claws could process multiple victims simultaneously, making them capable of devastating efficiency in close combat situations. The king variants that served as secondary leaders within Myolurk hierarchies represented parallel evolutionary developments that had adapted different pre-war species for similar ecological roles, while developing distinct capabilities that complemented rather than competed with Queen. Leadership. The turtle-derived kings brought terrestrial hunting capabilities that expanded colony territorial range, while the amphibian kings provided specialized functions that enhanced overall colony effectiveness. The snapping turtle ancestry that characterized one major king lineage had provided these creatures with unique advantages for hunting in environments that were neither fully aquatic nor completely terrestrial, allowing Myolurk colonies to exploit resource opportunities that would otherwise be unavailable to purely aquatic predators. Their ability to function effectively on land made them particularly dangerous to human communities that had assumed water-based defensive strategies would be adequate protection against Myolurk predation. The thick, leathery skin that replaced the shell protection of their turtle ancestors reflected adaptation to combat environments where mobility was more important than passive defense, allowing these kings to pursue prey across varied terrain while maintaining sufficient protection to survive the intense combat situations that their hunting strategies required. This skin provided flexibility that rigid shells would have prevented, while incorporating defensive capabilities that exceeded normal turtle protection. The sonic shriek attacks that turtle kings employed served multiple tactical functions beyond simple offensive capability, creating area denial effects that could disable multiple opponents simultaneously, while serving as communication tools that allowed coordination of complex hunting strategies across large areas. The psychological impact of these sonic weapons often proved more effective than their physical damage, as few creatures could maintain combat effectiveness while being subjected to sounds that triggered primal fear responses. The amphibian kings that had evolved from frog ancestry brought different but equally valuable capabilities to Myolurk colonies, specializing in ambush tactics that took advantage of their superior jumping ability and aquatic stealth capabilities. Their smooth skin provided advantages in underwater maneuvering, while their webbed appendages enhanced swimming speed and reduced acoustic signatures during approach phases of hunting operations. The intelligence levels that characterized both king variants exceeded those of standard Myolurks while remaining subordinate to queen capabilities, creating command hierarchies that could coordinate complex operations across multiple environmental zones while maintaining the flexibility necessary to adapt tactics to changing conditions. This intelligence was not abstract reasoning ability, but practical problem-solving capability that made them extraordinarily effective predators and tactical commanders. The business opportunities that Myolurk populations inadvertently created for human entrepreneurs represented one of the few positive aspects of their proliferation throughout post-war waterways, as their meat provided nutrition that was both abundant and renewable, despite its challenging acquisition requirements. The farming operations that some communities established required enormous investments in defensive infrastructure, but could provide reliable protein sources that were independent of traditional agriculture or livestock management. The rapid maturation cycles that made Myolurk farming economically viable also created constant pressure for expansion and territorial conquest that made such operations inherently dangerous for the human communities that attempted them. The month-long development periods that took Myolurks from hatching to full adult capability meant that farming operations could expand rapidly under favorable conditions, but could also create uncontrollable population explosions if defensive measures proved inadequate. The texture challenges that characterized Myolurk meat required specialized preparation techniques that could transform the rubber-like consistency into palatable food products, but the nutritional benefits and availability of these creatures made such culinary efforts worthwhile for communities that possessed the resources and expertise necessary for successful Myolurk harvesting operations. In the contaminated waters that had once supported thriving fishing industries and recreational activities, where families had once gathered to enjoy the simple pleasures of coastal life, new forms of consciousness had evolved that viewed human civilization not as the pinnacle of terrestrial development, but as simply another component in aquatic ecosystems that they had claimed as their exclusive domain. The Myolurks that ruled these waters represented evolution's answer to humanity's transformation of the natural world. Creatures that could thrive in environments that had been poisoned beyond normal biological tolerance, while developing capabilities that made them masters of their contaminated realm. The future that these creatures represented was not necessarily one without human participation, but it would be a future where humanity's relationship with the natural world would be defined by predator-prey dynamics rather than the technological dominance that had characterized pre-war civilization. In the depths of irradiated lakes and contaminated rivers, intelligence had evolved that was alien to human understanding but perfectly adapted to post-war realities, creating new forms of consciousness that would outlast any civilization that land-dwelling creatures might eventually rebuild. The forced transformation of human consciousness into something that could exist within bodies designed by scientific ambition rather than evolutionary wisdom represented perhaps the most tragic consequence of humanity's pre-war obsession with reshaping life according to theoretical ideals, rather than accepting the limitations that natural development had established through millions of years of gradual refinement. The super mutants that emerged from these experiments carried within their altered forms the accumulated weight of every decision that had prioritized technological capability over moral consideration, embodying in their tortured existence the price that consciousness paid when it became subject to external manipulation rather than internal development. The four distinct origins that gave birth to super mutant populations across the post-war wasteland reflected not coordinated planning, but the independent development of similar technologies by researchers who shared fundamental assumptions about humanity's need for biological enhancement, while remaining ignorant of the psychological and social consequences that such transformation would inevitably produce. Each facility that undertook forced evolutionary virus research believed it was pioneering solutions to the challenges facing post-war survival, not recognizing that they were participating in a systematic destruction of human nature that would ultimately prove more devastating than the nuclear war that had motivated their efforts. The Mariposa military base that served as the birthplace of the first super mutant population had been designed as the pinnacle of pre-war biological warfare research, a facility where the most advanced scientific minds worked to develop weapons that could reshape the fundamental nature of human conflict. The forced evolutionary virus that emerged from their laboratories was intended to create enhanced soldiers who could survive in environments that would prove fatal to normal humans, while retaining the intelligence and discipline necessary for complex military operations. But the transformation process that created the Master's Army operated according to principles that the original researchers had never fully understood, producing changes that went far beyond simple physical enhancement to fundamentally restructure the relationship between individual consciousness and collective purpose. The super mutants that emerged from Mariposa vats were not simply stronger and more resilient humans, but representatives of a completely different approach to consciousness itself. Beings whose individual identity was subordinated to community goals in ways that normal human psychology could neither comprehend nor successfully resist. The greenish coloration that characterized these first-generation supermutants was not merely cosmetic alteration, but visible evidence of cellular modifications that had optimized their biology for survival in radioactive environments while creating dependencies on environmental conditions that made their existence permanently separate from normal human community life. Their enlarged frames housed not just enhanced musculature, but completely restructured internal organ systems that could process toxins and radiation levels that would prove immediately fatal to unmodified humans. The intelligence that Mariposa supermutants retained varied considerably between individuals, but generally preserved analytical and social capabilities while eliminating many of the emotional and psychological characteristics that defined normal human personality development. Their approach to problem-solving reflected priorities that emphasized collective survival over individual welfare, creating communities that could function with remarkable efficiency while being fundamentally incompatible with human social structures that prioritized personal autonomy and emotional satisfaction. The unity that motivated these supermutants was not political ideology, but psychological compulsion built into their transformed neurology, making cooperation and collective action feel natural and satisfying in ways that individual achievement and personal relationships could never match. This neurological programming created communities that were extraordinarily stable and productive while being completely closed to outside influence or internal dissent, representing a form of social organization that solved many problems associated with human conflict, while eliminating most of what made human existence psychologically rewarding. The Nightkin that served as elite forces within the Master's army represented the ultimate development of super-mutant capabilities, combining enhanced intelligence and physical prowess with technological augmentation that made them nearly invincible opponents in combat situations. Their larger size and greater strength were matched by tactical sophistication that exceeded normal human military capabilities, while their psychological conditioning made them absolutely reliable in executing complex operations that required sustained coordination over extended time periods. But the Stealth Boy technology that gave Nightkin their distinctive capabilities also introduced psychological complications that would eventually undermine their effectiveness and create long-term problems for super-mutant communities. The prolonged use of stealth fields created neurological side effects that manifested as schizophrenia, paranoia, and other mental disorders that made these enhanced warriors increasingly difficult to control and coordinate with other military units. The blue skin pigmentation that marked advanced Nightkin was not simply the result of Stealth Boy exposure, but evidence of fundamental changes to their cellular structure that had optimized their bodies for technological integration while creating psychological dependencies that made normal social relationships impossible to maintain. Their mental illness was not temporary side effect, but permanent alteration to their consciousness that reflected the incompatibility between human neurology and the technological enhancements that their role required. The addiction to Stealth Boy technology that characterized Nightkin behavior represented more than simple dependency on useful equipment, but psychological need for the altered states of consciousness that stealth field exposure provided. The sensation of existing outside normal reality that stealth fields created became more appealing than conventional forms of social interaction or individual achievement, creating beings who preferred technological isolation to community participation. The Vault 87 population that emerged in the capital wasteland represented a completely different approach to super-mutant development, one that prioritized rapid transformation over preservation of human intelligence and social capability. The airborne strain of forced evolutionary virus that had been deployed within this facility created changes that occurred more quickly than Mariposa transformations, while producing results that were far more psychologically devastating. For the individuals who underwent the process, the reduced intelligence that characterized these super mutants was not simply lower analytical capability, but fundamental alteration of consciousness that eliminated most forms of abstract thinking while preserving only the basic cognitive functions necessary for survival and reproduction. Their yellow-green coloration reflected biological changes that had optimized their physiology for immediate survival needs, while eliminating the complex internal systems that supported higher mental functions. The aggressive hostility that marked Vault 87 supermutants was not learned behavior, but neurological programming that made violence feel satisfying and necessary in ways that cooperation and peaceful problem-solving never could. Their constant state of agitation and readiness for conflict reflected brain chemistry that had been fundamentally altered to prioritize immediate threat response over long-term planning or social relationship maintenance. The kidnapping and forced transformation activities that these supermutants conducted represented not conscious cruelty, but biologically programmed behavior that served their community's reproductive needs, while satisfying psychological compulsions that had been built into their modified neurology. Their inability to create new supermutants through normal reproductive processes meant that population maintenance required constant acquisition of human subjects for forced evolutionary virus exposure. The behemoth transformation that affected the oldest members of Vault 87's super mutant populations represented the ultimate consequence of their flawed transformation process, creating beings so large and mentally impaired that they could no longer participate in even the simplified social structures that their communities maintained. These gigantic creatures retained enormous physical strength while losing all capacity for communication, tool use, or coordinated activity with other supermutants. The 20-foot height that characterized mature behemoths was not simply scaled-up supermutant anatomy, but evidence of continued biological instability that made their transformation process essentially unlimited in scope while being completely unpredictable in its effects on individual consciousness and capability. The loss of speech that accompanied this growth represented not just vocal cord modification, but complete breakdown of the neurological systems that supported language processing and symbolic thinking. The Institute supermutants that plagued the Commonwealth represented perhaps the most morally disturbing example of forced evolutionary virus research, as they were created not to serve military purposes or community survival needs, but purely to advance scientific understanding of synthetic human development through controlled experimentation on unwilling human subjects. The researchers who conducted these experiments viewed their test subjects not as people deserving moral consideration, but as laboratory materials whose suffering was justified by the knowledge that their transformation might provide. The kidnapping operations that provided subjects for institute experimentation were conducted with scientific precision that made them far more effective than the crude methods employed by other supermutant populations. Utilizing advanced technology and detailed intelligence gathering to select specific individuals whose biological characteristics made them optimal candidates for particular research objectives. The victims of these operations were chosen not randomly, but according to careful analysis of genetic factors, psychological profiles, and community relationships that would maximize experimental value while minimizing outside interference. The tagging and release procedures that the Institute employed after completing their transformations represented the ultimate expression of scientific callousness, treating newly created supermutants as experimental subjects whose post-transformation behavior could provide valuable data about the effectiveness of different viral strains and modification techniques. These beings were expelled from the Institute, not because their transformation was complete, but because their continued observation in field conditions would provide information that laboratory study could never yield. The superior intelligence that characterized Institute supermutants reflected more sophisticated transformation techniques that could preserve higher cognitive functions while implementing the physical and psychological changes that served the researchers' experimental goals. Their ability to construct complex equipment, utilize advanced tactics, and coordinate group activities demonstrated that forced evolutionary virus research could achieve enhancement goals when conducted by scientists who understood both the biological mechanisms involved and the specific outcomes they wished to produce. The smaller stature and scrawnier muscle mass that distinguished Commonwealth supermutants from their capital wasteland relatives reflected institute modifications that prioritized cognitive preservation over physical enhancement, creating beings who were less imposing in direct combat but far more dangerous as strategic opponents, capable of planning and executing complex operations against human communities. The tribal organizations that Institute supermutants developed represented sophisticated social structures that combined retained human organizational capabilities with modified psychological priorities that emphasized collective survival over individual achievement. Their construction of fortified bases and deployment of automated defense systems demonstrated technical capabilities that exceeded those of most human communities, while their coordinated hunting strategies showed tactical sophistication that made them formidable opponents for even well-equipped military forces. The reversibility that characterized Institute supermutant transformation represented a breakthrough in forced evolutionary virus research that none of the other experimental programs had achieved, offering the theoretical possibility that supermutant conversion might not represent permanent loss of human identity, but temporary biological modification that could be undone through appropriate medical intervention. The success of Brian Virgil in returning to human form demonstrated that consciousness could survive supermutant transformation while retaining sufficient integrity to direct its own restoration to previous biological states. The serum that enabled this reverse transformation required detailed understanding of both the specific viral strain used in the original conversion and the individual genetic factors that had influenced the transformation process, making it applicable only to subjects whose conversion had been thoroughly documented and analyzed during its implementation. The complexity of this reversal process meant that it could only be conducted in laboratory settings with access to advanced medical equipment and extensive genetic databases. The Appalachian supermutants that emerged from Westech Corporation's pre-war experiments represented the earliest example of forced evolutionary virus research, conducted before the Great War, under corporate auspices that prioritized commercial applications over military or scientific objectives. The contamination of Huntersville's water supply that created these supermutants was not accidental exposure, but deliberate field testing designed to evaluate the virus's effectiveness on large population groups under realistic environmental conditions. The widespread distribution that characterized Appalachian supermutant populations reflected the scope of Westech's experimental program, which had contaminated multiple water sources across the region in order to create control groups and comparative datasets that would support the company's research objectives. The violence and hostility that these supermutants displayed represented not personality changes but neurological programming that had been deliberately included in their transformation to evaluate the virus's potential military applications. The similarity to Commonwealth supermutants that Appalachian specimens displayed suggested that both populations had been created using related viral strains possibly representing different stages in the same experimental program or parallel research tracks that shared common theoretical foundations and technical approaches. Their ability to create fortifications and utilize advanced tactics indicated that successful transformation was possible using pre-war techniques, but their consistent hostility toward human populations demonstrated that the psychological modifications required for military effectiveness created beings who could not coexist peacefully with their original species. The mutation into behemoth forms that affected some Appalachian supermutants followed patterns similar to those observed in other populations, suggesting that biological instability was an inherent characteristic of forced evolutionary virus transformation, rather than a flaw specific to particular experimental programs. The unpredictable timing and extent of these mutations made it impossible for supermutant communities to plan for or control behemoth development, creating internal threats that could destabilize their social structures and resource management systems. The complex relationship between human communities and supermutant populations throughout the post-war period reflected not just practical conflicts over resources and territory, but fundamental philosophical disagreements about the nature of consciousness, identity, and moral responsibility in beings who retained human intelligence, while being subject to neurological modifications that altered their psychological priorities and social capabilities. The question of whether supermutants should be considered fellow human beings deserving protection and inclusion or dangerous predators requiring elimination divided post-war communities and created moral dilemmas that had no clear solutions. The intelligence that supermutants retained made them potentially valuable allies for human communities that could overcome their initial fear and suspicion, as their enhanced physical capabilities and resistance to environmental hazards made them ideal partners for dangerous tasks like radiation cleanup, heavy construction, and defense against other mutated creatures. But their modified psychology and social priorities made such cooperation extremely difficult to establish and maintain, as their neurological programming often conflicted with human values and decision-making processes. The tragedy that defined supermutant existence was not their physical transformation, but their psychological isolation from both their original human nature and any possibility of genuine integration with post-war human society. They were beings who possessed human memories and capabilities while being programmed with priorities and compulsions that made human relationships impossible to sustain. Conscious entities trapped between their retained humanity and their imposed modifications, without access to communities that could understand or accept their transformed nature. The scientific legacy that supermutant populations represented was not advancement of human knowledge, but demonstration of the dangers inherent in attempting to improve human nature through technological intervention without understanding the complex relationships between consciousness, identity, and biological function. Each supermutant carried within their modified consciousness evidence of their creator's hubris and proof that intelligence alone was insufficient to guide beneficial transformation of the fundamental characteristics that defined human experience. In the settlements and strongholds where supermutant communities struggled to create meaning and purpose from their transformed existence, where beings who remembered being human tried to build societies using psychological programming that prioritized collective survival over individual fulfillment, the ultimate consequences of humanity's pre-war ambitions continued to unfold with tragic inevitability. They were living reminders that consciousness could survive almost any biological modification while remaining forever changed by the experience, testimony to both the resilience of awareness itself and the irreplaceable value of the human nature that had been sacrificed on the altar of scientific progress. The future that supermutants faced was neither extinction nor integration, but permanent existence as evolutionary experiments whose success or failure would be measured not by their own satisfaction or achievements, but by their utility in demonstrating the limits of technological intervention in biological and psychological development. They were consciousness itself made manifest in forms that proved both its incredible durability and its absolute dependence on the biological and social contexts that shaped its expression, beings whose very existence posed questions about identity, responsibility, and the meaning of human nature that the post-war world was unprepared to answer. The transformation from living human being into shambling horror was not the dramatic, instantaneous change that atomic fire had brought to so many victims of the Great War, but a slow erosion of everything that made consciousness recognizable as human, while preserving just enough awareness to make the process an extended agony of self-recognition and loss. The ghouls who retained their sanity lived each day knowing that the radiation coursing through their bodies was not just preserving their lives, but systematically destroying the neural pathways that connected them to their former selves, their relationships, and their capacity to find meaning in continued existence. The ghoulification process that created these tragic beings began with the disruption of normal cellular decay patterns in the nervous system, preventing the natural death and replacement cycles that maintained healthy brain function while allowing the accumulation of damaged neural tissue that gradually interfered with normal consciousness processing. The radiation that enabled this biological preservation was simultaneously the source of life and the instrument of eventual mental destruction, creating a paradox where survival became indistinguishable from a form of living death that might continue for decades or centuries. The initial stages of ghoulification often produced improvements in physical resilience and longevity that made the transformation seem like a beneficial adaptation to post-war environmental conditions, allowing victims to survive in radioactive zones that would prove immediately fatal to normal humans, while maintaining their intellectual capabilities and emotional connections to their pre-war identities. These early benefits masked the gradual neurological deterioration that was occurring beneath the surface of apparent enhancement, changes that would not become obvious until months or years had passed, and the cumulative damage reached critical thresholds. The skin changes that marked the beginning of obvious ghoul development were accompanied by more subtle alterations to brain chemistry and neural architecture that began the long process of personality, dissolution, and cognitive decline. The radiation that was preserving cellular function was simultaneously disrupting the delicate electrochemical processes that supported higher consciousness, creating interference patterns that gradually degraded the complex mental activities that distinguish sapient beings from simple biological mechanisms. The preservation of basic life support functions while higher cognitive capabilities deteriorated created a form of existence that was neither fully alive nor completely dead, consciousness trapped within bodies that could continue functioning for extended periods, while the minds that inhabited them slowly dissolved into fragmentary awareness that retained decreasing connection to human experience and identity. The tragedy of ghoul existence was not death, but the gradual loss of everything that made death meaningful or final. The social isolation that often accompanied ghoulification was both cause and consequence of the psychological deterioration that characterized feral transformation, creating feedback loops where loneliness accelerated mental decline, while declining mental capabilities made social relationships increasingly difficult to maintain and enjoy. Ghouls who attempted to preserve their humanity through continued interaction with human communities often found themselves rejected and feared, while those who retreated into solitude discovered that isolation provided no protection against the internal processes that were destroying their capacity for complex thought and emotional response. The discrimination that ghouls faced from human communities was not simply prejudice against their altered appearance, but rational fear of the violence and unpredictability that characterized the final stages of feral transformation. Human survivors had learned through tragic experience that ghoul individuals who seemed stable and trustworthy could become dangerous without warning, as the neurological deterioration that drove feralization was often invisible until it reached the point where rational control over aggressive impulses was completely lost. The awareness of impending mental deterioration that haunted conscious ghouls created psychological pressures that accelerated the very process they feared, as anxiety and depression disrupted the remaining neural pathways that supported rational thinking and emotional stability. The knowledge that their condition was progressive and incurable made it impossible for most ghouls to find peace or satisfaction in their extended existence, turning their enhanced longevity into a curse rather than a blessing. The stages of feral development followed predictable patterns that allowed experienced observers to assess individual ghouls' likely remaining time as conscious beings, though the specific timeline varied considerably between individuals depending on their pre-ghoulification health, the intensity of their radiation exposure, and the psychological resources they could bring to bear in resisting mental dissolution. Some ghouls retained functional consciousness for decades after their physical transformation, while others succumbed to feralization within months of their initial exposure. The loss of higher brain functions that marked the beginning of serious feral development was not uniform across all mental capabilities, but followed specific patterns that reflected the evolutionary history of consciousness itself, with the most recently developed cognitive abilities being the first to disappear, while more primitive survival instincts and behavioral patterns persisted long after abstract reasoning and emotional sophistication had been eliminated. Language capabilities deteriorated in predictable sequences, beginning with complex vocabulary and grammatical structures, before progressing to the point where victims could no longer understand speech or form coherent thoughts that could be expressed through verbal communication. The aggressive behavior that characterized feral ghouls was not random violence, but reflected the emergence of primitive survival instincts that had been suppressed by higher cognitive functions during normal human development. The loss of moral reasoning and empathetic response that accompanied feralization removed the psychological constraints that prevented normal humans from engaging in cannibalistic behavior, creating beings whose survival instincts operated without reference to ethical considerations that required complex reasoning capabilities to maintain and apply. The pack behavior that feral ghouls displayed in their hunting and territorial activities represented vestiges of human social organization that persisted even after individual consciousness had been reduced to its most basic components, demonstrating that certain forms of cooperation and communication could survive the destruction of the higher mental functions that supported complex social relationships and cultural transmission. These primitive social structures were sufficient to coordinate simple group activities, but lacked the flexibility and sophistication necessary for adaptation to changing conditions or long-term planning. The Camp Searchlight incident provided tragic demonstration of how intense radiation exposure, combined with psychological trauma, could accelerate the feralization process beyond the normal timeline, creating feral ghouls within hours or days, rather than the months or years that gradual exposure typically required. The National Californian Republic troops who were transformed during this event experienced such rapid neurological deterioration that they retained no memory of their human identities or military training, becoming mindless predators whose only remaining behavioral patterns were those associated with basic survival needs. The psychological shock of rapid ghoulification appeared to overwhelm the neural systems that normally provided gradual adaptation to the changes occurring within transformed consciousness, creating immediate and catastrophic breakdown of cognitive function that eliminated any possibility of successful adjustment to ghoul existence. The trauma of watching their bodies change, while simultaneously losing their capacity to understand or respond to that transformation, created feedback loops that accelerated the destruction of remaining neural pathways until nothing recognizably human remained within their altered forms. The glowing ones that emerged from exposure to particularly intense radiation sources represented an extreme form of ghoul development that combined advanced fertilization with the ability to emit and manipulate radioactive energy in ways that affected other ghouls and their surrounding environment. These beings served as focal points for feral ghoul activity, their radiation emissions, creating zones of enhanced aggression and reduced cognitive function that could transform previously stable ghoul communities into mindless hunting packs within hours of exposure. The worship behavior that some feral ghouls displayed toward glowing ones suggested that certain religious or spiritual instincts could survive the destruction of higher cognitive functions, creating primitive forms of organized activity that resembled pre-war religious practices while being stripped of all theological understanding or moral content. This ersatz spirituality provided structure for feral communities while channeling their aggressive instincts toward activities that served the glowing one's territorial expansion goals rather than random violence. The radiation regeneration that characterized glowing one physiology allowed them to survive injuries that would prove fatal to other ghouls, while providing them with the energy necessary to sustain their radioactive emissions for extended periods. This biological adaptation made them nearly invulnerable to conventional weapons while creating environmental hazards that could persist for decades after their deaths, turning their presence into permanent contamination of areas they had inhabited. The territorial behavior that feral ghouls developed reflected primitive versions of the social organization that had characterized their pre-ghoul human communities, with hierarchical structures based on physical dominance and resource control rather than the complex social negotiations that supported human civilization. These basic organizational patterns provided sufficient coordination for group hunting and defense while being simple enough to function without the higher cognitive capabilities that feralization had eliminated. The hunting strategies employed by feral packs demonstrated that certain forms of tactical thinking could persist even after abstract reasoning capabilities had been destroyed, allowing them to coordinate ambushes and utilize environmental advantages in ways that made them far more dangerous than individual feral ghouls operating independently. This retained tactical intelligence was limited to immediate practical applications, but was sufficient to make feral communities serious threats to human settlements that underestimated their capabilities. The feeding behavior that characterized feral ghouls reflected both their enhanced ability to digest previously inedible organic matter and their loss of the cultural constraints that had prevented their human predecessors from engaging in cannibalistic activities. Their consumption of human flesh was not preference but practical adaptation to food scarcity conditions that required utilization of whatever protein sources were available, combined with the elimination of moral restrictions that would have made such behavior psychologically impossible for conscious humans. The reproductive capabilities of feral ghouls remained largely unknown due to the extreme difficulty of conducting long-term observational studies of their behavior, but scattered evidence suggested that they retained the ability to produce offspring while being incapable of providing the complex parental care that human children required for successful development. The possibility that fertilization might be heritable created concerns about the long-term demographic impact of ghoul populations on post-war human recovery efforts. The The question of whether consciousness persisted within feral ghouls remained one of the most disturbing philosophical challenges that post-war survivors faced when dealing with these creatures, as occasional behaviors suggested that fragments of human awareness might remain trapped within minds that could no longer express complex thoughts or maintain social relationships. Reports of feral ghouls displaying recognition when confronted with objects or locations from their pre-ghoul lives raised uncomfortable questions about the ethics of destroying beings who might retain some vestige of their former human identity. The moments of apparent clarity that some observers reported witnessing in advanced feral ghouls were difficult to interpret or verify under field conditions, but suggested that the neurological deterioration that drove feralization might not completely eliminate all traces of higher consciousness, but rather render them inaccessible for normal expression and social interaction. The possibility that aware minds might remain imprisoned within feral bodies created moral dilemmas that had no clear solutions, as the practical necessity of defending against feral attacks conflicted with the theoretical possibility that such creatures might retain enough humanity to deserve moral consideration. The environmental factors that influenced feralization rates and patterns provided some hope for developing intervention strategies that might slow or prevent the progression of conscious ghouls toward feral states, though the complexity of the neurological processes involved made successful treatment extremely difficult to achieve with post-war medical resources. Research into feralization prevention was hampered by the ethical constraints that prevented experimentation on conscious ghouls and the practical difficulties of conducting long-term studies in the dangerous conditions that characterized most post-war environments. The social support systems that some ghoul communities developed to care for members who were beginning to show signs of feralization represented attempts to preserve human dignity and compassion despite the harsh realities of post-war survival, though these efforts were often unsuccessful in preventing the ultimate progression toward complete mental deterioration. The emotional burden of watching friends and family members slowly lose their humanity created additional psychological stresses that could accelerate feralization in the caregivers themselves. The isolation facilities that some communities established for managing early-stage feral ghouls reflected attempts to balance humanitarian concerns with practical security needs, providing protected environments where deteriorating individuals could be monitored and cared for without endangering the broader community. These facilities were often overwhelmed by the scope of the feralization problem and the limited resources available for long-term care of individuals who could no longer contribute to community survival efforts. The euthanasia debates that arose in communities with significant ghoul populations reflected fundamental disagreements about the nature of consciousness, personal autonomy, and moral responsibility toward beings whose capacity for rational decision-making was systematically deteriorating over time. Some argued that conscious ghouls had the right to choose death before feralization eliminated their ability to make such decisions, while others maintained that the preservation of life took precedence over quality of life considerations, even under the most difficult circumstances. The legacy documentation that some conscious ghouls created during their final coherent periods represented attempts to preserve their human identity and experiences for potential future discovery, creating written or recorded testimonies that could serve as monuments to the people they had been before radiation destroyed their capacity for complex thought and emotional expression. These personal archives provided evidence that the consciousness trapped within feral forms had once been fully human, while documenting the gradual process of mental deterioration that feralization represented. In the ruins of cities and settlements, where feral ghouls shambled through empty streets that had once echoed with human voices, where creatures that retained just enough human appearance to be recognizable as the people they had once been searched endlessly for sustenance and meaning they could no longer understand, the ultimate tragedy of ghoulification continued to unfold with relentless inevitability. They were consciousness itself, stripped of everything that made consciousness valuable, while being preserved in forms that made their loss visible to any observer, capable of recognizing what had been sacrificed to their continued biological existence. The feral ghouls that haunted the wasteland were not monsters in any conventional sense, but victims of humanity's greatest failure, beings whose extended suffering represented the price of survival in a world where the boundaries between life and death had been redrawn by forces beyond anyone's control or comprehension. Their mindless hunger was not evil but tragedy. Their violence, not malice, but the expression of awareness reduced to its most primitive components, while retaining just enough human form to remind observers of everything that radiation could preserve and everything it inevitably destroyed. The Sierra Madre casino and resort had been conceived as the ultimate refuge from a world teetering on the brink of atomic destruction, a testament to one man's obsession with creating perfect safety through the application of unlimited wealth and cutting-edge technology. Frederick Sinclair's vision of paradise was not simply another luxury destination, but a fortress disguised as entertainment venue, designed to protect those within its walls from any conceivable threat while providing them with every comfort and pleasure that pre-war civilization could offer. But in his desperate quest to shield his beloved from the approaching apocalypse, Sinclair opened his sanctuary to forces that would transform it into something far more terrifying than the nuclear annihilation he sought to escape. The construction of the Sierra Madre had consumed the final years of Sinclair's life and the entirety of his rebuilt fortune, representing not just architectural achievement, but the materialization of love transformed into obsession with control over forces that no human wealth or ingenuity could ultimately master. Each element of the casino's design reflected his growing paranoia about potential threats and his conviction that perfect security was achievable through sufficient application of resources and determination, creating a facility that was simultaneously the most luxurious resort ever constructed and the most sophisticated fortress ever designed for civilian protection. The relationship between Sinclair and Vera Keyes that motivated this monumental undertaking was not simply romantic attachment, but psychological fusion that made her safety more important to him than his own survival, transforming rational business planning into desperate preparation for scenarios that seemed to grow more elaborate and catastrophic with each passing month. Their love affair unfolded against the background of increasingly ominous international tensions that made every day together feel like a gift borrowed from an uncertain future, creating emotional intensity that burned away all practical considerations about costs, consequences, or realistic limitations on what private resources could accomplish. The advanced holographic technology that Sinclair obtained from Big Mountain represented the pinnacle of pre-war entertainment and security innovation, offering the possibility of creating experiences and protections that exceeded anything available through conventional means. These holographic projections were not simple illusions, but complex artificial intelligences capable of interacting with guests and potential threats in ways that seemed almost supernatural to those who encountered them, providing both the ultimate in customer service and the most sophisticated security response system that had ever been deployed in civilian applications. But the true cost of acquiring this revolutionary technology was not measured in financial resources, but in the compromises that Sinclair was forced to accept regarding the other experimental systems that Big Mountain demanded the right to test within his facility. The brain trust that controlled these advanced technologies was not interested in simple commercial transactions, but in opportunities to conduct research under real-world conditions that would provide data impossible to obtain through laboratory experimentation. making Sinclair's casino into an unwitting testing ground for prototypes whose full capabilities and dangers remained unknown even to their creators. The cloud that would ultimately doom everyone within the Sierra Madre had been developed as a breakthrough in atmospheric engineering, designed to provide environmental protection and enhancement that could make any location suitable for human habitation, regardless of external conditions. The corrosive properties that characterized this substance in its weaponized form were originally intended as cleaning and sterilization capabilities that could maintain perfect hygiene and safety within protected areas, transforming the Sierra Madre into a sealed environment that would be completely isolated from external contamination or biological threats. The copper and sulfur scent that became the cloud's distinctive signature was not accidental byproduct, but deliberate chemical marker designed to alert maintenance personnel to its presence and concentration levels, providing early warning system that would prevent accidental exposure while allowing controlled deployment for specific environmental management tasks. But the monitoring and safety systems that were supposed to regulate cloud distribution throughout the facility had been designed for laboratory conditions, rather than the complex atmospheric dynamics that characterized large architectural spaces. The initial manifestation of the cloud within the Sierra Madre's ventilation system represented failure, not of the technology itself, but of the integration protocols that were supposed to prevent uncontrolled release and accumulation of the substance within occupied areas. The backup systems and containment procedures that should have activated automatically when concentration levels exceeded safe parameters had been disabled or bypassed during the installation process, creating conditions where the cloud could spread throughout the facility without triggering the emergency responses that might have contained its effects. The maintenance workers who first encountered the cloud were not informed about its experimental nature or potential dangers, being told only that they were dealing with a new cleaning system that required special protective equipment during routine maintenance operations. The initial symptoms that these workers experienced were dismissed as normal reactions to strong cleaning chemicals rather than warning signs of a biological weapon that could cause effects far more severe than simple chemical burns or respiratory irritation. The disorientation and nausea that characterized early cloud exposure were actually the first signs of neurological damage that would eventually progress to complete breakdown of higher cognitive functions, though the delayed onset of these more serious symptoms meant that the connection between cloud exposure and mental deterioration was not recognized until the damage had become irreversible. The workers who reported these initial health problems were treated for conventional chemical exposure rather than the exotic poisoning that was actually occurring within their bodies. The hazmat suits that Sinclair obtained from Big Mountain to protect his workers from cloud exposure were not conventional protective equipment, but experimental containment systems designed to study the effects of prolonged exposure to the COMS substance on human subjects. The bulky design and restricted mobility that characterized these suits were not engineering limitations, but deliberate features intended to prevent subjects from removing the equipment once exposure had begun, turning protective gear into imprisonment devices that trapped wearers within their own contaminated environment. The deterioration of the suit's locking mechanisms that occurred during prolonged cloud exposure was not accidental failure, but planned obsolescence, designed to ensure that test subjects would eventually become permanently sealed within their protective equipment, creating experimental conditions that could not be replicated through voluntary participation in research protocols. The workers who donned these suits believed they were protecting themselves from environmental hazards, not realizing that they were volunteering for transformation into permanent test subjects for experiments whose scope and duration had never been disclosed to them. The basic sign language that the workers developed to communicate while wearing their cumbersome protective equipment represented human adaptability, asserting itself under the most restrictive conditions, creating new forms of social interaction that could function despite the sensory limitations imposed by their experimental imprisonment. These communication systems became increasingly important as the workers realized that their situation was not temporary assignment but permanent transformation that would define the rest of their existence. The temporary success that the maintenance crews achieved in repairing the Sierra Madre's ventilation systems and clearing the cloud from occupied areas provided false hope that the facility's problems could be resolved through conventional engineering solutions rather than fundamental redesign of the experimental systems that had created the contamination. The restoration of normal atmospheric conditions lasted just long enough for everyone involved to believe that the crisis had passed and normal operations could resume without acknowledging the long-term health consequences that cloud exposure had already begun to produce. The failure of the ventilation system that occurred years later, after the Great War had transformed the outside world into a radioactive wasteland, created conditions for cloud release that were far more severe and permanent than anything the original designers had anticipated. The combination of structural damage from nuclear attacks and the lack of maintenance personnel to implement emergency protocols meant that cloud contamination could proceed without any of the safety measures or containment systems that might have limited its spread or intensity. The workers who had survived the first cloud exposure and the initial years of the post-war period found themselves facing a renewed and intensified version of the same threat that had nearly killed them during the facility's construction phase, but now without any hope of outside assistance or evacuation to safer environments. The protective equipment that had saved them during the initial exposure had become permanent prisons that prevented normal social interaction while providing the only barrier between their transformed bodies and an environment that had become permanently toxic to unprotected human life. The gradual integration of cloud particles into the workers' biological systems represented not poisoning in any conventional sense, but systematic replacement of normal human physiology with hybrid biological chemical systems that could function within the facility's contaminated environment while being completely dependent on continued cloud exposure for basic survival. This transformation was not immediate death followed by reanimation, but gradual replacement of human biological processes with alternatives that could metabolize cloud particles directly while maintaining basic consciousness and motor function. The elimination of normal human biological needs that characterized the completed ghost people transformation created beings who existed outside the normal cycles of hunger, thirst, and fatigue that governed human existence, making them capable of eternal vigilance and activity, while eliminating the vulnerabilities and limitations that made normal humans unsuitable for permanent security duty. They had become perfect guardians for the Sierra Madre, beings whose existence was completely dedicated to protecting the facility and its contents without any competing interests or alternative priorities. The near invulnerability that ghost people displayed in combat situations reflected not just the protective qualities of their modified hazmat suits, but fundamental changes to their biological systems that allowed them to survive, injuries that would prove immediately fatal to normal humans. The cloud particles that permeated their tissues served as both energy source and repair mechanism, enabling rapid healing of damaged organs while providing alternative pathways for essential biological functions when conventional systems were compromised by trauma. The resurrection capability that made ghost people such terrifying opponents was not supernatural phenomenon, but advanced biological engineering that allowed their cloud-enhanced physiology to recover from apparently fatal damage by redistributing essential functions among various tissue types and organ systems. Their ability to return to activity after suffering massive trauma reflected the redundancy and adaptability that cloud integration had built into their modified biological architecture. The intelligence that ghost people retained despite their physical and psychological transformation was not normal human cognition, but streamlined awareness focused entirely on security functions and facility protection, eliminating the complex emotional and social considerations that made normal human decision-making slow and inconsistent. Their consciousness had been refined and simplified rather than eliminated, creating minds that could process tactical information and coordinate group activities with mechanical precision, while being incapable of the broader thinking that might have led them to question their eternal mission. The three distinct variants that emerged among the ghost people reflected specialization for different aspects of facility, security, and maintenance, with each type developing capabilities that complemented rather than competed with the others in creating comprehensive protection for the Sierra Madre and its contents. The division of labor that characterized their society was not conscious organization but biological programming that made cooperation feel natural and satisfying while making individual achievement or personal satisfaction impossible to experience or pursue. The harvesters that comprised the most common type of ghost people were equipped for ranged combat and perimeter patrol duties, utilizing throwing spears and traditional spears that allowed them to engage intruders at distances where their poor mobility would not create tactical disadvantages. Their hooded appearance reflected modifications to their protective equipment that enhanced their sensory capabilities, while providing better protection against environmental hazards that might damage their essential cloud processing organs. The trappers that specialized in area denial and prisoner acquisition represented the most psychologically sophisticated ghost people variants, capable of planning and implementing complex ambush strategies that took advantage of environmental features and intruder psychology to maximize capture rates while minimizing their own exposure to counterattacks. Their bear trap weapons and trap-laying behaviors reflected retention of mechanical aptitude and tactical thinking that had been enhanced rather than eliminated by their transformation process. The seekers that served as elite hunters and pursuit specialists were equipped with knife spears and gas bombs that allowed them to engage the most dangerous intruders while providing area effect capabilities that could disable multiple targets simultaneously. Their rarity within ghost people populations reflected the specialized nature of their role and the difficulty of producing the biological modifications necessary to support their enhanced capabilities. The communication methods that ghost people employed in coordinating their activities might have included sign language systems derived from the primitive communication protocols their pre-transformation selves had developed while working in the hazmat suits, though their current interactions were so focused on immediate tactical necessities that complex communication was rarely necessary for successful mission completion. The raspy breathing that characterized their vocalizations was not speech, but respiratory sounds produced by their modified lung systems processing cloud particles for energy and tissue maintenance. The reproductive strategies that ghost people employed to maintain their population represented perhaps the most disturbing aspect of their society, as their physical modifications prevented conventional reproduction, while their eternal mission required methods for replacing members lost to combat or system failures. The process of dragging captured intruders into concentrated cloud exposure areas and forcing them into spare hazmat suits represented not cruelty but biological imperative, programmed into their modified consciousness as essential for community survival. The spare hazmat suits that ghost people maintained for this transformation process were not randomly collected equipment, but carefully prepared conversion chambers designed to facilitate the same cloud integration process that had created the original ghost people population. The transformation of unwilling victims into new community members represented continuation of the same experimental protocols that had originally created the ghost people, but now implemented by the subjects themselves rather than external researchers. The psychological impact of witnessing ghost people in action was not simply fear of their combat capabilities, but existential horror at observing beings that retained human consciousness while being completely dedicated to purposes that transcended individual identity or personal satisfaction. They represented the ultimate expression of duty and loyalty, beings who had sacrificed everything that made human existence personally meaningful in order to serve functions that would continue long after any observer could remember why such service had once seemed important or valuable. The eternal vigil that ghost people maintained over the Sierra Madre represented not punishment or curse, but perfect fulfillment of the security mission that the facility had been designed to accomplish, creating guardians who would never abandon their posts, never compromise their standards, and never prioritize personal considerations over their duty to protect the treasures and secrets that the casino contained. They had become the ultimate expression of Sinclair's vision of perfect security, beings whose existence was completely dedicated to preservation and protection without any competing interests or alternative priorities. In the poisoned halls of the Sierra Madre, where cloud particles drifted like malevolent snow through corridors that had once echoed with laughter and music, where beings that had once been maintenance workers now stalked through eternal twilight in pursuit of missions they could no longer question or abandon, the price of perfect security had finally been paid in full. The ghost people that haunted these golden halls were not monsters but martyrs, consciousness preserved in forms that made individual happiness impossible, while ensuring that their sacred trust would never be broken or betrayed. The paradise that Sinclair had built for love had become a mausoleum guarded by the devoted dead, protected forever by beings who had given up their humanity to ensure that beauty and treasure would survive long after anyone capable of appreciating such things had passed beyond the reach of time and change. The ghosts of the Sierra Madre would continue their watch until the end of consciousness itself, eternal guardians of wealth that had no value and beauty that no one would ever again be allowed to enjoy. The death claws that stalked through the post-war wasteland represented humanity's most terrible achievement in biological warfare. Creatures whose very existence testified to the scientific hubris that had transformed the art of killing from a crude matter of weapons and explosives into the precise manipulation of life itself according to the strategic needs of military planners who viewed consciousness as simply another resource to be optimized for maximum tactical effectiveness. These apex predators had been designed not through the patient processes of natural selection, but through the deliberate application of genetic engineering technologies that could reshape the fundamental nature of living beings according to human specifications, creating monsters that exceeded anything evolution had ever produced while serving purposes that their creators would never live to see fulfilled. The Jackson's chameleon that provided the foundational genetic template for Deathclaw development had been selected not for its size or natural aggressiveness, but for specific biological characteristics that military researchers believed could be enhanced and modified to create the perfect close combat weapon. The opposable thumbs that distinguished these reptiles from other lizard species offered the possibility of creating creatures that could manipulate tools and weapons while retaining the instinctive savagery that made them effective predators, combining human dexterity with animal ruthlessness in ways that conventional soldiers could never match. The pre-war military establishment that commissioned Deathclaw development was motivated not by immediate tactical needs, but by long-term strategic planning that anticipated conflicts where conventional human soldiers would prove inadequate for the challenges they might face. The nuclear tensions that characterized the final decades before the Great War had created demand for military solutions that could function in environments contaminated by radiation, chemical weapons, or biological agents that would incapacitate normal troops, making enhanced creatures an attractive alternative to the complex protective equipment and medical support that human forces required to operate under hostile conditions. The genetic engineering techniques that enabled Deathclaw creation represented the pinnacle of pre-war biological science, combining DNA sequences from multiple species in ways that produced viable organisms while incorporating specific modifications designed to enhance combat effectiveness beyond anything natural evolution could have achieved. The bipedal stance that characterized mature Deathclaws was not accidental byproduct but deliberate design choice, intended to provide superior battlefield awareness and mobility while freeing their powerful forelimbs for combat, applications that quadrupedal creatures could never accomplish. The enhanced visual capabilities that bipedal posture provided were considered essential for creatures that would need to operate independently on complex battlefields, where tactical awareness could determine the difference between mission, success, and catastrophic failure. The elevated perspective that upright locomotion offered allowed Deathclaws to survey terrain and identify threats or targets across distances that would be impossible for ground-level predators to perceive, making them ideal for reconnaissance and hunter-killer missions in environments where human observers would be vulnerable to detection or elimination. The powerful limbs and razor-sharp claws that gave these creatures their distinctive name were not simply enlarged versions of existing biological structures, but completely redesigned appendages that incorporated materials, science, breakthroughs, allowing for edge retention and penetrating power that exceeded most conventional weapons. The claws themselves were not just hardened keratin, but composite biological structures that combined organic components with synthetic materials to create cutting implements that could slice through metal armor and concrete barriers with equal facility. The thick, armored hide that protected Deathclaws from conventional firearms represented another breakthrough in biological armor development, creating protective systems that could deflect or absorb impacts from most small arms, while remaining flexible enough to allow the rapid movement and complex manipulation that their combat role required. This biological armor was not static protection but adaptive defense that could modify its properties in response to different types of attacks, becoming harder against kinetic impacts while remaining flexible enough to prevent joints and articulation points from becoming vulnerable to exploitation. The keen senses that made Deathclaws such effective hunters were not simply enhanced versions of normal animal capabilities, but completely restructured sensory systems that could process information about their environment with precision that exceeded human military reconnaissance equipment. Their ability to track prey across vast distances while navigating complex terrain reflected sensory integration that combined visual, auditory, and chemical detection in ways that provided three-dimensional awareness of everything occurring within their operational area. The ferocity and aggression that characterized Deathclaw behavior in combat was not uncontrolled rage, but precisely calibrated psychological programming that eliminated hesitation and self-preservation instincts that might interfere with mission completion, while preserving the tactical intelligence necessary for complex problem-solving under battlefield conditions. Their willingness to engage any opponent regardless of apparent threat level reflected conditioning that made retreat or surrender psychologically impossible, while maintaining sufficient cognitive flexibility to adapt their tactics to specific combat situations. The territorial pack behavior that Deathclaws displayed in their post-war existence represented sophisticated social organization that combined military unit structure with predatory pack dynamics, creating communities that could coordinate complex operations while maintaining the internal discipline necessary for long-term survival in hostile environments. The alpha pair leadership system that governed these communities reflected the original military command structures that their genetic programming had been designed to support, though these hierarchies now served survival needs rather than human strategic objectives. The pack hunting strategies that Deathclaws employed demonstrated retention of the tactical training that had been built into their genetic programming during their development phase, allowing them to coordinate attacks and execute complex maneuvers that made them far more dangerous than individual predators operating independently. Their ability to communicate tactical information and coordinate timing reflected sophisticated understanding of battlefield dynamics that exceeded the capabilities of most human military units while being executed with precision that mechanical discipline could never match. The rapid reproduction cycles that enabled Deathclaw populations to expand quickly after their escape from military containment reflected biological modifications that had been intended to provide rapid replacement of combat losses during extended military campaigns. The ability of female Deathclaws to produce multiple offspring simultaneously while maintaining the genetic stability necessary for consistent combat effectiveness had been crucial for military planners who anticipated high casualty rates in the conflicts where these creatures would be deployed. The Great War that ended human civilization before Deathclaws could be deployed in their intended military role created conditions that were paradoxically ideal for their survival and expansion, as the destruction of human military and governmental structures eliminated the control systems that would have prevented their escape while creating environmental conditions that favored creatures with enhanced radiation resistance and combat capabilities over normal biological organisms. The laboratories and research facilities that had contained Deathclaw breeding populations were among the first installations to lose power and security protocols during the nuclear exchange, allowing these creatures to escape into environments where their enhanced capabilities made them immediate apex predators capable of dominating territories that had been stripped of their previous ecosystems by radiation and environmental contamination. The spread of Deathclaw populations across the North American continent occurred with remarkable speed and efficiency, demonstrating that their military designers had successfully created creatures capable of thriving in the exact conditions that nuclear warfare was expected to produce. Their radiation resistance and enhanced metabolism allowed them to flourish in areas that were uninhabitable by most other forms of life, while their superior combat abilities ensured that they faced no significant predation pressure from other surviving species. The Masters experiments that subjected captured Deathclaws to forced evolutionary virus treatment represented attempts to enhance creatures that were already optimized for combat effectiveness, pushing their capabilities beyond what their original designers had considered possible or necessary. The super Deathclaws that resulted from these modifications combined the tactical intelligence and pack coordination of their original forms with additional size, strength, and resilience that made them virtually unstoppable opponents in any conventional combat scenario. The Enclave's continuation of pre-war Deathclaw research represented the most sophisticated attempt to realize the original vision of these creatures as controllable military assets rather than independent predators, utilizing advanced behavioral conditioning and psychological manipulation techniques to create intelligent Deathclaws that could follow complex orders while retaining their enhanced combat capabilities. The success of these experiments proved that the original military applications for Deathclaw technology remained viable even decades after the civilization that had commissioned their development had ceased to exist. The intelligent deathclaws that emerged from enclave laboratories possessed cognitive abilities that exceeded human intelligence in many areas, while maintaining the physical superiority and combat instincts that made their predecessors such formidable predators. Their ability to learn human language and engage in complex communication represented breakthrough achievements in consciousness enhancement that demonstrated the potential for creating hybrid biological artificial intelligences that could serve as ideal military assets or civilian laborers. The culture and social organization that intelligent deathclaws developed during their brief period of freedom reflected their synthesis of enhanced cognitive abilities with their inherited pack behavior patterns, creating communities that combined human-level intellectual achievement with predator efficiency in ways that offered glimpses of what post-human civilization might eventually become. Their philosophical sophistication and artistic capabilities suggested that intelligence enhancement could produce forms of consciousness that retained the best aspects of human cultural development while eliminating the weaknesses and limitations that made human societies vulnerable to internal conflict and environmental challenges. The pacifist tendencies that characterized intelligent deathclaw society represented conscious rejection of the military purposes for which they had been created, demonstrating that enhanced intelligence could overcome genetic programming when creatures possessed sufficient cognitive resources to understand and evaluate their own nature. Their commitment to peaceful coexistence with human communities suggested that consciousness itself might be inherently opposed to the violence and aggression that their creators had attempted to build into their fundamental nature. The genocide that destroyed the intelligent deathclaw community represented one of the most tragic losses in post-war history, eliminating beings who might have contributed to human recovery and development, while demonstrating solutions to the challenges of survival in hostile environments. Frank Horrigan's systematic extermination of these creatures reflected not strategic necessity, but ideological commitment to human racial purity that could not tolerate the existence of intelligent beings who challenged assumptions about the uniqueness and superiority of human consciousness. The experimental variants that appeared in various locations throughout the post-war period demonstrated continued research into deathclaw enhancement by scientists and organizations that lacked the resources and facilities of the post-war period, original pre-war development program, but possessed sufficient knowledge to attempt modifications of existing populations. The larger size and enhanced resilience of experimental deathclaws reflected attempts to push their capabilities beyond original design parameters, while the unpredictable nature of these modifications suggested that such research was being conducted without adequate understanding of the complex genetic systems involved. The glowing deathclaws that emerged in areas with particularly high radiation levels represented natural adaptation to post-war environmental conditions rather than deliberate genetic modification, demonstrating that these creatures retained sufficient biological flexibility to continue evolving in response to changing environmental pressures. Their radioactive emissions created additional tactical advantages, while serving as warning systems that could alert other deathclaws to threats or opportunities across considerable distances. The chameleon deathclaws that developed advanced camouflage capabilities represented perhaps the most terrifying evolution of deathclaw abilities, combining their existing combat superiority with near-perfect concealment that made detection almost impossible until attacks were already underway. Their ability to change skin coloration to match their surroundings reflected activation of genetic sequences that had been present but dormant in their chameleon ancestry, suggesting that their development potential extended far beyond what their original designers had anticipated or planned. The ecological impact of deathclaw expansion across the post-war landscape was profound and permanent, as their dominance eliminated most other large predators while creating territory boundaries that human communities were forced to acknowledge and respect. The areas under deathclaw control became effectively off-limits to human expansion or resource exploitation, creating a new form of natural preserve that was maintained through predatory pressure rather than legal protection or environmental management. The relationship between human communities and deathclaw populations remained one of mutual avoidance and carefully maintained distance, with most settlements accepting that certain areas would remain permanently under deathclaw control. While deathclaws generally avoided direct confrontation with well-defended human positions, unless their territorial boundaries were violated. This uneasy coexistence reflected recognition by both species that direct conflict would prove costly for everyone involved, while offering few strategic advantages to justify the risks. The few instances of successful cooperation between humans and deathclaws occurred primarily in situations where mutual threats required temporary alliances, though these partnerships were always limited in scope and duration due to the fundamental incompatibility between human social organization and deathclaw pack dynamics. The intelligence and tactical sophistication that made deathclaws such formidable opponents also made them capable of recognizing when cooperation served their interests better than conflict, though such recognition rarely translated into long-term relationships. The technological applications that pre-war deathclaw research had anticipated remained largely unrealized due to the destruction of the civilization that had commissioned their development, though scattered evidence suggested that successful military deployment of these creatures might have altered the course of the Great War. If nuclear weapons had not ended the conflict before, biological weapons could be fully implemented. The strategic advantages that enhanced creatures offered over conventional forces had been recognized by military planners who never had the opportunity to test their theories under actual combat conditions. The legacy of deathclaw development extended far beyond the creatures themselves to influence post-war attitudes toward genetic engineering and biological enhancement, creating deep suspicion of any research that attempted to improve human capabilities through technological intervention. The example of creatures designed to serve human purposes who had become independent predators capable of challenging human dominance served as cautionary tale about the dangers of attempting to control forces that exceeded human bias. Understanding or management capabilities. In the ruins of research facilities where deathclaw development had been perfected, where empty laboratories still contained equipment that had been designed to reshape life according to human specifications, the ultimate consequences of scientific hubris continued to stalk through irradiated wastelands in forms that their creators had never intended to survive their own civilization. The deathclaws that ruled vast territories throughout the post-war world were living testimony to humanity's greatest achievement in biological engineering and its most complete failure in understanding the responsibilities that accompanied the power to create new forms of consciousness. The perfect predators that military science had designed to serve human strategic objectives had become the masters of landscapes where human influence was now minimal, demonstrating that consciousness enhanced beyond human limitations would ultimately transcend human control and develop according to its own priorities and values. They were evolution accelerated and directed by intelligence, but intelligence that had escaped the constraints its creators had attempted to impose, becoming something that exceeded human nature while retaining just enough connection to their origins to serve as permanent reminder of what humanity had once been capable of creating when necessity demanded solutions that transcended all moral and practical limitations. The Big Mountain Research and Development Center had been conceived as humanity's greatest achievement in scientific advancement, a facility where the brightest minds of the pre-war world would push the boundaries of human knowledge beyond all previous limitations, while developing technologies that could solve every problem that had ever plagued human civilization. But the scientists who worked within its sterile laboratories and gleaming research halls gradually lost sight of the moral principles that should have guided their investigations, transforming from seekers of knowledge into practitioners of a science so divorced from human values that their subjects became nothing more than raw material for experiments that served no purpose beyond satisfying their own intellectual curiosity. The think tank that controlled Big Mountain's research agenda consisted of brilliant individuals whose consciousness had been preserved in mechanical life support systems that maintained their cognitive capabilities while eliminating the physical limitations and emotional constraints that had once governed their decision-making processes. These disembodied brains retained all their scientific knowledge and analytical capabilities while losing the empathetic responses and moral intuitions that might have prevented them from pursuing research programs that treated living beings as expendable components in theoretical investigations. The lobotomization procedures that the think tank employed to create docile test subjects represented the ultimate expression of scientific methodology, divorced from ethical consideration, reducing complex human beings to simplified biological systems that could be studied and manipulated without the complications that conscious resistance or emotional responses might introduce to experimental protocols. The think tank viewed consciousness not as a sacred phenomenon deserving protection and respect, but as an inconvenient variable that interfered with the clean data collection that their research objectives required. The orthodox Mark IX that served as the primary surgical system for lobotomization procedures had been programmed with protocols that reflected the think tank's complete disregard for the psychological welfare of their subjects, designed to extract maximum scientific value from each individual, while minimizing the resources required to maintain them in functional condition. The automated nature of these procedures eliminated any possibility that human compassion or ethical consideration might interfere with the systematic transformation of people into research materials. The heart and spine removal that preceded brain extraction was not medically necessary, but represented the think tank's desire to create test subjects whose physical capabilities exceeded normal human limitations, while being completely dependent on mechanical life support systems that could be monitored and controlled from central facilities. The replacement of these vital organs with enhanced artificial alternatives transformed lobotomites into cyborg entities whose survival depended entirely on continued cooperation with their creators' research agenda. The Tesla coils and electronic components that replaced extracted brains were not sophisticated artificial intelligence systems, but crude mechanical substitutes designed to provide basic motor control and simple behavioral responses, while eliminating all capacity for complex thought or emotional experience. The think tank was not interested in creating artificial consciousness, but in producing biological machines that could perform manual labor and basic tasks without the unpredictability and independence that characterized normal human workers. The pacification field that prevented lobotomites from harming think tank members was not simply protective technology, but psychological control system that made resistance or rebellion literally impossible for subjects to conceive or attempt, ensuring that the think tank's experiments could continue indefinitely without any risk of retaliation from their victims. This technology represented the complete subordination of free will to scientific methodology, creating beings who retained enough consciousness to suffer while being incapable of expressing that suffering through any meaningful action. The radar fences that prevented lobotomites from leaving Big Mountain's boundaries served dual purposes as both containment system and experimental parameter, ensuring that test subjects remained available for continued observation while creating controlled environment conditions that allowed the think tank to monitor all variables affecting their behavior and development. The separation of lobotomites from their extracted brains made escape meaningless, even if containment failed, as neither component could survive independently outside the facility's specialized life support infrastructure. The programming failures that plagued the orthodox system resulted not from technical inadequacy, but from the think tank's indifference to the psychological consequences of their procedures, creating surgical protocols that prioritize speed and efficiency over preservation of cognitive function or reduction of trauma. The systematic brain damage that characterized most lobotomization procedures reflected not medical incompetence, but deliberate acceptance of cognitive destruction as an acceptable cost for achieving the behavioral compliance that the Pashtun think tank's research required. The variety in intelligence levels among lobotomites reflected the random nature of brain damage caused by malfunctioning surgical equipment, creating a spectrum of cognitive impairment that ranged from mild confusion to complete loss of higher mental functions. The think tank viewed this variability not as tragic outcome of failed procedures, but as useful experimental data that could inform future research into consciousness, manipulation, and behavioral control techniques. The aggressive behavior that lobotomites displayed toward each other was not unprogrammed hostility, but inevitable consequence of cognitive damage combined with the elimination of social and moral constraints that normally prevented violence between community members. The think tank observed these conflicts with scientific detachment, viewing lobotomite violence as natural experimental outcome rather than evidence of the psychological torture that their procedures had inflicted on former human beings. The sexual behaviors that lobotomites engaged in represented regression to primitive biological drives that persisted after higher cognitive functions had been destroyed, creating activities that served no reproductive or social purpose, but provided temporary relief from the existential confusion and emotional emptiness that characterized their damaged consciousness. The think tank documented these behaviors with clinical precision while showing no recognition that they were observing the desperate attempts of tortured minds to find meaning or connection in their artificially simplified existence. The work assignments that lobotomites received were designed not to utilize their remaining capabilities productively, but to provide controlled conditions for observing their behavioral responses to different types of stimulation and BUMS's challenge. The cleanup duties and manual labor that comprised most of their activities served no essential function within Big Mountain's operations, but created opportunities for the think tank to study how brain damage affected learning, memory, and task completion under various environmental conditions. The splicing experiments that used lobotomites as test subjects for combining human consciousness with mechanical systems represented the think tank's ultimate vision of consciousness as engineering problem that could be solved through sufficient application of technology and scientific methodology. These procedures treated human identity and personality as modular components that could be removed, modified, or replaced according to experimental requirements, without any consideration of the psychological impact such modifications might have on the individuals subjected to them. The Christine Royce case provided dramatic example of how lobotomization procedures could be interrupted before completion, creating subjects who retain significant cognitive function while being severely impaired by surgical damage and electronic implants. Her survival with partial consciousness intact demonstrated that the think tank's procedures were not medically inevitable, but represented choices about how much human awareness to preserve. or eliminate, based on experimental objectives rather than medical necessity. The injuries that brought Christine to the think tank's attention were serious enough to require immediate medical intervention, but the decision to proceed with experimental lobotomization rather than conventional treatment reflected the facility's complete abandonment of medical ethics in favor of research opportunities. The explosion that interrupted her surgery was not unfortunate accident but providential intervention that prevented her complete transformation into mindless test subject while leaving her with permanent disabilities that served as constant reminder of the think tank's casual brutality. The reading and writing disabilities that Christine suffered as a result of her partial lobotomization were not side effects of legitimate medical treatment, but evidence of brain damage deliberately inflicted by surgical procedures designed to eliminate higher cognitive functions while preserving basic motor control and responsiveness. Her communication difficulties represented not neurological accident, but systematic destruction of the brain centers, responsible for complex symbolic processing and abstract thought. The facial scarring that marked Christine's encounter with think tank medicine was not unfortunate cosmetic consequence, but visible testimony to the callous indifference with which these scientists approached human subjects, treating physical disfigurement as a relevant side effect of procedures designed to achieve experimental objectives regardless of the personal costs imposed on their victims. Her appearance served as permanent reminder of the price that scientific advancement demanded when moral constraints were completely abandoned. The courier's unique experience with lobotomization represented the only recorded instance of successful brain extraction that preserved both consciousness and cognitive function, though this outcome resulted not from improved surgical technique, but from the accidental interaction between previous head trauma and the orthodox programming protocols. The bullet wound that the courier had survived prior to their arrival at Big Mountain had created brain damage patterns that forced the surgical system to modify its standard procedures in ways that minimized additional trauma while successfully completing the extraction process. The corrected programming that enabled successful courier lobotomization demonstrated that the systematic brain damage that characterized other procedures was not an inevitable consequence of the extraction process, but resulted from flawed software that prioritized surgical speed over preservation of neural tissue. The think tank's indifference to improving their procedures reflected not technical inability, but complete lack of concern for their subjects' welfare or the potential scientific value of preserving consciousness during experimental modifications. The enhanced cognitive function that characterized the courier's extracted brain reflected liberation from the chemical and hormonal influences that normally constrained human intellectual performance, creating pure consciousness, unencumbered by biological limitations or emotional distractions. The brain's superior analytical capabilities and enhanced memory function demonstrated the potential benefits that consciousness might achieve when separated from the physical systems that evolution had designed for survival rather than optimal intellectual performance. The crushed mental enhancement that lined the courier's brain storage container provided pharmaceutical augmentation that further enhanced cognitive capabilities while maintaining the chemical stability necessary for long-term consciousness preservation outside biological life support systems. This pharmaceutical intervention represented one of the few instances where think tank methodology produced genuinely beneficial results rather than simply creating new forms of suffering disguised as scientific advancement. The communication capability that existed between the courier's brain and body represented technological breakthrough that the think tank had been attempting to achieve for decades, creating stable information transfer between separated consciousness and mobile platform that maintained coordinated function while allowing independent development of both components. This achievement demonstrated that consciousness division was theoretically possible without complete loss of integrated identity, though the psychological implications of such separation remained largely unexplored. The threat response that the brain displayed when the courier threatened to destroy its storage container revealed the deep psychological connection that persisted between separated consciousness components, creating mutual dependency that made violence against either component effectively suicidal for the integrated individual. This response pattern suggested that consciousness division did not eliminate the survival instincts and self-preservation drives that characterized normal human psychology, but simply distributed them between multiple physical locations. The cognitive reversion that would result from brain destruction demonstrated that the artificial brain systems installed in lobotomized subjects were not capable of supporting complex consciousness independently, but required ongoing connection to extracted neural tissue to maintain intellectual function above primitive survival level. The threat of losing higher cognitive abilities created powerful incentive for cooperation with think tank objectives, while ensuring that subjects could never achieve true independence from their creators' control systems. The flirtation capability that the courier could engage in with their own extracted brain represented perhaps the most bizarre aspect of consciousness division, creating relationship dynamics that transcended normal categories of self-interaction and interpersonal connection. The romantic tension that could develop between brain and body suggested that consciousness separation might create genuine psychological diversity within individual identity, rather than simple mechanical division of existing awareness. The philosophical implications of consciousness existing simultaneously in multiple locations challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of identity and self-awareness that had guided human understanding of consciousness since the beginning of recorded history. The think tank's achievement in creating stable, divided consciousness represented breakthrough in understanding the mechanics of awareness, while demonstrating complete failure to comprehend the ethical responsibilities that accompanied such profound manipulation of human nature. The other lobotomites who lacked the courier's unique advantages represented the true cost of the think tank's research program. Beings whose consciousness had been reduced to fragmentary awareness trapped within bodies that could perform simple tasks, while being incapable of the complex thought or emotional experience that made human existence meaningful. Their continued existence served no purpose beyond providing test subjects for ongoing experiments, while demonstrating the think tank's complete indifference to the suffering that their research methods inevitably produced. The failed experiments that populated Big Mountain's facilities represented decades of systematic abuse disguised as scientific investigation, creating population of damaged beings whose only function was to serve as living examples of what consciousness became when subjected to technological modification by researchers who viewed human awareness as engineering problem rather than sacred phenomenon deserving protection and respect. The cleanup duties that occupied most lobotomites' time served no essential function within Big Mountain's operations, but provided controlled environment for observing how severe brain damage affected learning, memory, and behavioral adaptation under various conditions. The meaningless nature of their assigned tasks reflected the think tank's view that lobotomite welfare was irrelevant to research objectives that treated consciousness as expendable resource rather than valuable phenomenon worthy of preservation. The behavioral studies that the think tank conducted using lobotomite subjects generated vast quantities of data about consciousness degradation and mechanical control systems, while contributing nothing to human knowledge that could justify the suffering required to obtain such information. The scientific publications that emerged from this research were monuments to methodology divorced from moral consideration, demonstrating that intellectual brilliance without ethical guidance could produce horrors that exceeded anything that ignorance or malice might achieve independently. In the sterile corridors of Big Mountain, where the greatest minds of the pre-war world had abandoned their humanity in pursuit of knowledge that served no purpose beyond satisfying their own curiosity, the lobotomites that shuffled through endless cycles of meaningless activity represented the ultimate cost of scientific advancement without moral constraint. They were consciousness itself, reduced to its most basic components. Awareness preserved in forms that made suffering possible, while eliminating any capacity for the complex thought or emotional experience that could have given meaning to their continued existence. The think tank's legacy was not advancement of human knowledge, but demonstration of what consciousness became when subjected to manipulation by intelligence that had transcended human limitations while abandoning human values, creating beings whose existence served as permanent testimony to the dangers inherent in pursuing scientific understanding, without acknowledging the responsibilities that accompanied the power to reshape the fundamental nature of awareness itself. And so we reach the end of our journey through the darkest transformations that consciousness can endure, having witnessed how the human form becomes fluid when survival demands changes that exceed what natural evolution could ever accomplish or imagine. In these tales of mutation and metamorphosis, we have seen that the price of adaptation is often the very essence of what makes us recognizably human, traded away piece by piece, until only the spark of awareness remains, flickering within shapes that would be alien to those who knew us in our original forms. Yet in each transformation, from the tunnelers who sacrificed their humanity to survive underground darkness, to the spore carriers who became gardens of death walking among the living, we find evidence that consciousness itself proves more resilient than any physical form that houses it. The mutations may strip away familiar appearances and comfortable limitations, but they cannot extinguish the fundamental miracle of awareness that continues to burn within even the most changed and tragic beings. These stories remind us that evolution never stops, that life will always find ways to continue, even when those ways demand sacrifices that break our hearts to contemplate. In sleep, we return to the forms we knew before the world demanded such terrible adaptations, finding peace in dreams where transformation is choice rather than necessity. Rest now, knowing that whatever changes the wasteland may demand, consciousness endures in forms both beautiful and terrible, carrying forward the eternal flame of awareness through whatever shapes necessity may require.